welcome back everyone, welcome back to the very first day here of the Stellarfest Constellation Cup, day number 1. Welcome to the B stream. I'm of course your VIP with you and joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to Stellarfest. Again, this event has been running for a couple of days now. They did have their earlier Open Cup, the Maryvale Open. They had their 2v2s and FFAs yesterday as well. A lot of insane fun and very competitive matches throughout the course of the week, and now we've reached the tail end of the tournament, the Constellation event, the Constellation Cup I should say, the playoffs essentially, the playoffs of the Stellarfest. So welcome one and all, exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at it yourselves. Earlier last weekend we were of course covering SC for All, a big offline event happening in America, happening in Philadelphia, but here right afterwards, a couple of days later, bam, we have an offline event in Canada, Ottawa. Let us go. We're here, we're getting ready. When it comes to our first round match, it's already on the stream title, of course. We're going to be jumping into Future versus Maples. Very quickly, let us head on over and catch up with the bracket itself, papi. Here we go. A very stacked and very large bracket. Double elimination bracket, papi. Up first we have a LAN Event versus Hearthstone. I believe that's going to be covered by the main stream, by the way. But in the first round, we have LAN Event versus Hearthstone. We have Future versus Maples, Scarlet versus Foxer, and Gerald versus Mixu. We have our initial set of matches, and we're going to be jumping into our first series, Future versus Maples. The way this works is that the main stream is going to be covering Scarlet versus Foxer. So we're going to be casting two series at the same time, and we're also going to be covering the lower bracket matches as well. So every series will be casted, and this is going to be a 2-day bracket. 2 days here. We have day 1 of course today, and tomorrow will be the tail end and the finale of the tournament. And here we go. We are jumping into our first series here of the broadcast. And one moment. I have to fix up the players. But here we go. This morning in the top right hand corner, here of Ley Lines, we have the American Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Matcherino Esports. It is a Future. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Blue Protoss player, the Canadian Protoss representing Team Gosu. It is Maples. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our initial best of. And Future does start things off with a proxy. The Rax has been thrown down. At the same time, Maples, he's scouting. Does check just outside. Does poke out towards the center expansion and moves out across the map. I mean, he had the wherewithal to scout. You could see his intentional pathing with the probe, but he does not check the bottom side. Does not scout the initial Rax. Oh boy. So still working a little bit in the dark. Eventually we'll get across the map. We'll confirm that the Rax is missing. We'll confirm that there is a proxy out on the map. He's getting there. So probe is on the way. Rax is finishing up. We're rallying into the main base here, going proxy Reaper. Again, not the most committed proxy here by Future. Only one Rax. There's no second Rax. There's no proxy Marauder setup, for example, either. So not too committed here by Future, but is making his way in. And of course, now Maple knows. Now Maples, he knows. Or at least this is where something is wrong. Technically, there could be a Rax further back behind the mineral line, whether it's further back in the main base, a natural mineral line, third base as well. It is not uncommon to see Raxes being thrown down to try to force an overreaction. This time we see it's real, and Maples does take it seriously, does make the first Zealot. So Zealot does bump out. Meanwhile, Reaper is on the way. Is going to be on the way, and again Maples, he is searching for said proxy. Does check just outside. Probe is scouting as well. Reaper gets in, and Reaper does get in. Zealot is out on the map, and probes are going to be going down. So far a couple of ways are being pulled. Nice control by Maples. Does pull away, but oh no, one probe does fall. Gets one, gets two. Two probes do go down. Maples, he is turning back around. Wait, what? A little bit indecisive. The Zealot came back, then went back, and is now moving out. Again, just one Reaper. Potentially we were a little bit concerned about a bunker, about any kind of extra support here for the initial Reaper. Zealot now does advance on across the map, and so far 3 probe kills. Not bad. 3 probes, Reaper does survive, and Future, he's floating back home. CC on the high ground to keep it safe, so Zealot will not be able to delay the CC. Reaper back into the main. Nice KDA charge. Zones away the Stalker, and can we get a fourth probe? Oh no! Oh my god. Almost gets surrounded. Calm down, papi, calm down. Gasito. Yeah, Reaper is going to be shut down. Whew, and thankfully does not get a fourth probe. Doesn't get a fourth worker. Zealot moves away. Confirms that the CC's on the high ground. Checking the vision here. Zealot does confirm. And gets eyes on the 1-1-1 setup. Ooh, okay, so from here we're calming down, we're settling in. Thankfully Maples, he was able to expand, of course, saturate his bases. Could have been worse. I mean, still a really rough start, losing 3 workers early on. But now it's all about the follow-up. Hallucination moves in, gets eyes on the 3-1-1. Gets eyes on the production, gets eyes on the tech labs. First Cyclone is moving out, getting right into tank production thereafter. Ooh, as Maples rush into a third base. Okay, very fast third base here by Maples. Was this off of 1 gateway? Oh my god. So gate expand here. Crazy greed. Or I mean, gate cyber, of course, after the natural, but very fast third base off of only 1 gateway. Now we see a second gateway on the way. Now we have charge being researched, not blink. Bear that in mind. That is going to be impactful here when it comes to the first push. But we're cutting corners here from Maples. It makes sense. He did take some losses early on, so this is to make up for that and ideally exceed that as well. What's important is that Future scouted, right? Future, he saw the fast third, and I'm sure in Future's mind, he wants to punish, right? I'm sure he wants to punish the space, punish the economy. That's why Maples is going to charge. Charge ideally, ooh, was the Cyclone. Oh my god, barely pulls away. Cyclone does pull away, but when it comes to the tech of choice here, ideally when it comes to map control and building up into a longer game, Blink is more ideal, Blink is more versatile. If you believe that a tank push is coming your way, if you believe that your opponent's going to commit, then Charge is a nice way to shut that down. Now Future does a nice mining. Charge is almost done. And Future, he only invests into 1 tank. Okay, so only 1 tank of the Future. When he's poking with the Raven, confirming the lack of gases. True. Does see lack of gases. That is a tell. As by now, there'd be a 3rd gas geyser at least. And Future switching to mass buy. So no additional tanks into Marines, into Marauders. Got 3 more probe kills across the map with the auto turrets. Aye, aye, aye. That's 6 kills in total. It's going to be 6. Extra gates on the way. Again, Maples, I believe these warpins are meant to deal with a push that is not yet coming. It's on Maples to confirm. Setting up a proxy location. Future is waiting for his medevacs, then he can start to move out. Oh. And here comes the Unsiege. Here comes the push. All right, what do we have to work with? We have Stim, Combat Shields, +1 should finish up by the time the army gets across the map. So we're going to be hitting that +1 timing. Future setting up for a 3rd CC on location. At the same time, Maples cannot warp in for a counterattack. And Future, he was just spotted. He was just spotted. Zell say, do go for the run by. Scans at a time. They'll see the army. Shield battery. I mean, the first one should finish up. Very nice missile, though. Oh my god. Anti-armor missile does connect. And we're stimming in. Yeah, we're stimming in. Getting us over the shield battery, actually. Match is going up. Oof. Zoning back the Zealots. Shield battery goes down. At the same time, Zealots say, do get across the map. They camp the production. Yeah, Future is kiting back. Still another mine shot. The tank is abandoned. And the tank should fall. But what about the Bio? Yeah, what about the Marine Army? He stims in, takes down the Archon, gets both Archons. And both Archons go down, and looks like barely can break through. Yeah, the Warpins are barely not finishing. Nice target firing. There's too much. Yeah, Maples, he does hold. Whew. Takes down the Raven. It was a costly defense. Did lose his Archons, bear that in mind. Lost a lot of his high-tech units. Behind this, Dark Shrine. Let's go. Dark Shrine is on the way. Vamonos, papi, vamonos. Storm as well. We're working towards splash damage, but can he survive long enough to get into Storm? That's the big question here, because Future is not backing off. He's not turning around. He's rotating. Doesn't find the Stalker. We'll delay the 4th. And again, without splash damage, without Storm, without the Archons, can this army be stopped? Again, the shield barriers, they barely, I mean, they're out of energy. This is going to be the energy overcharge. There it is. Zealots, they charge in, but there are 3 Widow Mines, and Maples cannot engage. He cannot engage. Not like this. Mine shots are going off. Brutal connections. Oh my god. And Future has done it. Future, this one, he has broken the base. He's broken the 3rd. Stalkers are warping in. He's just focusing down the Stalkers. 3 GG gets called, and Future, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG will take a lead in the series. Again, a very intense back and forth here. Impressive that Maples was able to defend against the first wave, the first push, but as you mentioned, he took a lot of losses in that defense, referring to the loss of Archons, the loss of Stalkers. Yes, did hold on, did survive, but only against the first wave. The second did prove to be a little bit too much there. GG. GG, well played. Shout out to the Zealot run by. Wasn't able to get too much economic damage. It was delaying the reinforcements, did allow for Maples to buy some breathing room, but alas, wasn't quite enough. GG. GG, well played. And now we're going to be loading into game 2. Game 2 is going to be on Tokamak. Loading into that second game. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. Okay. In the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the American Terran player. We have the American... Oh, lovely. They changed sides. Lovely. We have the American Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Matcherino Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is a Future. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have his opponent. As I fix up our lovely player colors. Man, beautiful. We have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss team, Gosu. It is Maples. Okay. Here we go. As we are getting into game number 2. And again, Future was able to gain some momentum early on. Remember, he got 6 probe kills in the lead up to that initial push. 3 by the Reaper, 3 by the Raven. Of course, we had the massive anti-arm missile as well that connected with the entirety of Maple's army. So the lead up was solid there from Future. And he had some really nice micro as well. I was trying to give some attention to it, but he had a lot of finesse when it came to, a lot of finesse when it came to his control, focusing down the warping and zealots, focusing down the shield batteries as well. A lot of attention to detail when it came to the overall engagement there by Future. In the end, did overwhelm. But now we're getting into game 2, and this time Maple should have a much more comfortable start. This time, there's no proxy, there's no Reaper shenanigans. This time we can settle in. So now we have our ranks expand. Economic opener out of Future. Does go for the single gas geyser. Welcome to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps in the map pool, one of the more defensive maps as well. And we'll see how Maples will approach this. Now, a couple of things here. I didn't really even get to speak on the players just because we started things over the proxy. But Maples, he is historically known for being an animal. For being very aggressive, very cheesy, very unorthodox in his play. And I stand by that, especially when it comes to the other matchups, PvP and PvZ. But this matchup specifically, if you recall, we were able to cover him. We were lucky enough to cover some Maples matches over in StarCraft for All, in the LAN Event in Philadelphia. And Maples, he was a lot more standard. He was very, very standard, a lot more tame in his play against Terran. I mean, I say standard. Last game, he did go into charge, true, right? He went for a charge-based opener, which is more unorthodox. He also went for a faster third base, but I mean, it was a shaky game and a weird start. But for the most part, he wasn't really too crazy in PvT specifically. So has he turned a new leaf, or is it something specific to this matchup? We'll see. Twilight Council has been thrown down. But again, for a long time, Maples has had a reputation, and I mean, I expect that from him as well. Blink is on the way, going for a much more standard start. And we'll see if he goes into 2-gate Blink, 3-gate Blink. If he commits into 4, if he takes up in a different direction. Shades in. So shade into the main. From here it gets eyes on the initial production setup. Did see the add-on swap as well. And sees the second racks. So far, some decent damage. He got some scouting. He kills one SCV. Back at home, Maples did opt to go for the initial 2-gate opener. So 3-gate blink out of Maples into a third base. Very safe build here by Maples, going for the robo before expanding. Prioritizing that observer, just getting that detection, getting vision. Gaining more map awareness. Map control, really. And again, this is kind of what we've been, or what I was at least expecting out of Maples in the first game. Just safe standard opener. Building up. Is he one to embrace the late game and max out? I mean, we might get there. This would be the map for it. Oh, for now going for the Bay. Headed towards Colossus, not Storm. Maples does threaten a dive. Raven passes across the map, gets another 3 probes. 3 probes do go down. Observer does get eyes on the setup. Marauders are amassing. Stim is on the way. This time, what's also important here, and which we're also seeing and confirming with the Observer, no tanks, right? This time there's no tank production, there's no early cyclone either. We have a faster add-on swap into faster stim, so a much earlier stim timing here at the future. More so than as usual. Oh, nice snipe on the Raven. Nice on there by Maples. Here comes the move out. The Observer may have got a glimpse, but it's a little bit too far off to the side. He doesn't see the move out. He's not fully aware. Stalkers, thankfully, they rotate. Maples, he does for the army. Oh, good. And who was 2? Yeah, 1, 2 Stalkers going down. Late blink. At least now he's aware. And back at home, we need the Colossus. First one is on the way. Future still rallying. Sim complete. The rest of his upgrades are also lined up. And here comes the timing. So again, it's hitting around 6:30, 6:40-ish. A very strong stim timing. The Colossus will help. Comes down to the arm control. Future lifts up. He wants those Stalkers. Oh my god. Yeah, Future hunting him down. Getting 1, getting 2, 3, 4 Stalkers. 4, getting up to 5. Oh my god. 5 Stalker kills. That is brutal. At the same time, slow lots are coming in. Nice retargeting. Very nice. Retargets the Widow Mines, that doesn't force any friendly fire, or minimizes. And Future does start to step in. Busting into the main base. One thing, they cannot fight the Colossus head on, but he avoids the fight. Does avoid it. Takes down the final Stalkers. And he can just keep dropping. Does force a recall. We're coming in for the surround. Can we snipe that Colossus? He stims in. He wants it. Ah, he gets it. Ay, brutal. Just a brutal recall, and with that Future, he's done it. He has broken Maples. Again, the earlier sim timing, the earlier bio push. Maples was hunted down. GG gets called, and Future will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here, congratulations to Future as he does claim the series, does take the 2-0 again. Maples, unfortunately, I mean, he did scout the initial setup, the initial build. He saw the lack of factory production, he saw the earlier stim. Unfortunately, he did miss the bio move out, and he got caught in the center, losing 3 Stalkers early on, which does matter, which is impactful when it comes to these early timings. And what was impressive was Future hunting those Stalkers, or was Future chasing, lifting up, dropping, surrounding those Stalkers, and they caught every single Stalker as we saw Maples try to retreat to the natural. That led into the eventual snowball effects of the Colossus falling as well, right? There was little support, limited anti-air, medevacs were free to lift up and drop again, and then we saw everything just snowball out of control. GG will play the hyper-aggressive style, hyper-aggressive play here out of Future as he does claim the series. So with that again, GG well played. Future does claim the initial series, and let's catch up on the bracket itself here. Let's see what's been going on and what has been happening. Okay. One momento. As I believe that means that our bracket is updated. Likewise, I also believe that the other matches have been ongoing over on the mainstream. As we mentioned before, I believe Folkshaw was up against Scarlet on the mainstream. Are they still in game 1? No shot. Are they? If so, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, they're still in game 1. Oh my god. If I'm not mistaken. Maybe there was some delays. But GG. GG well played, and let's catch up on the bracket. Let's go. So, for the time being here, as you can see, we have a massive bracket to kind of work through. This is going to be a 2-day event, of course, so we have half the bracket today, the other half tomorrow. When it comes to our matches, Lambo and Harsum, that's going to be on the mainstream. Just a bit of a heads up. Lambo and Harsum, that will be on the mainstream after Scarlet versus Foxer. Meanwhile, we have Future and Maples finishing up their match. Future does advance on to face off against Clem in the next round. Oh, not an easy opponent. So Clem versus Future, that's going to be a PVT in the upcoming round. We have Scarlet versus Foxer when it goes up against ByuN in the next round. And then we have Gerald versus Mixu when it goes up against Trigger. That will be on our series. Oh, sorry, that will be the series on our stream. Up next is going to be Gerald and Mixu facing off in a best of 3 PVZ match. So that will be our next series. When it comes to the rest of our schedule here on stream, it is going to be Future versus Maples, which we just finished up, Gerald versus Mixu, followed by ByuN versus the winner of Scarlet and Foxer. So we will be covering that series. We'll be covering the ByuN series later on down the line, and we'll be covering the Trigger series later on down the line as well. Just as a heads up. So we're gonna be featuring and we're gonna be covering the first 2 rounds in the upper bracket first, and then we'll head down to the lower bracket. That's gonna be the schedule for today's broadcast. When it comes to the upper bracket semifinals, that'll be tomorrow. That will be tomorrow, and I believe we will not be necessary for day 2. I think for the B stream is only required for day 1, just because there are so many games. For day 2, I believe the main stream will have everything covered. They had issues with the Observer PC. Oh, good. Oh, good. I see. You guys are required for everything. I appreciate it, Einstein. I appreciate it. Einstein. Ay. But yeah, so it looks like there were maybe some issues when it came to the Observer PC. I think the stream, are they casting from Fox's POV? Oh my god. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do, Pat. Oh, from player POVs, period. Okay. Let's go. But I'm sure the issues will be resolved for the next game, so sure, nothing to worry. But because we're a little bit ahead when it comes to the overall schedule here, that means we're gonna have extended downtime. Right? We're gonna have a bit of more extended downtime here. Waiting for our next match. Otherwise, hope you've all been enjoying yourselves, especially the previous days of this event. I know that yesterday they were live with a bunch of 2v2s and a bunch of FFAs as well. They were live with like some crazy formats. When I say they were live as well, shout out to the mainstream. I believe Pig, he did fly over to Canada to cover the event, and I believe Steadfast also did step down the road to also cover the event. I believe Steadfast is also Canadian, if I'm not mistaken. So they have Steadfast, they have Pig, El Chanchito as well. Really cool to see. They have, of course, all the amazing players there as well. Players like Zan, like ByuN, Trigger, Clem, some of the top players, some local talent like Scarlet and Maples. Yo, where is No Regrets? True. I've seen him around every now and then. Like No Regret. He's been popping up in streams. And I want to say he had like, didn't he have like a StarCraft stream like earlier this year? I think like once maybe. It's been crazy. Which one was the mainstream? I believe Ursa TV. Or maybe like Ursa TV Esports. I'll give you a link in the chat. Yeah, Ursa TV Esports, yeah. Yeah, there you go. And it looks like we have confirmation we are going to be having an accelerated schedule. Okay, what does that mean? Well, when we have an accelerated schedule for a more standardized schedule, we will be waiting for the mainstream to finish up their matches, and then we'll start the next round of matches at the same time. An accelerated schedule means you don't wait. We don't wait, so we're going to be jumping into Gerald versus Mixu as soon as the visas are done, as soon as we're good to go, despite the fact that Scarlet and Foxtrot are still mid-series. So we are going to be on that accelerated schedule. So we're going to be going on a break. It shouldn't be too long, but we're going to be going on a short break. Players are getting ready with their PCs, with their settings, and we'll be back with Geralt and Mixu in that best of 3. See you soon. See you soon. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, I do apologize for the extended break. Like half an hour more? Jesus. Oh, here we go. But here we go. We have returned. We have returned here with our second series. Of course, the first match has concluded. We wrapped up with a Futures match earlier with Future versus Maples. Likewise, Scarlet series did wrap up earlier as well. Scarlet versus Foxer. And now we're getting ready for the second round for the second set of matches. Here we go. Up next is going to be Gerald versus Mixu facing off in a best of 3. Quickly heading on over here to the bracket itself. We have been seeing some progression here. We're advancing on into that next round. Again, there was some tech issues over on the mainstream earlier, but hopefully they have been resolved. And I mean, that's always something that happens, especially when it comes to the early days and the early hours of LAN events. Sometimes there are some things that occur in regards to PC issues, settings as well, but as the day does progress on forward, we should be able to iron all that out and have smooth sailings from here on forward. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. With those over on the mainstream, again, shout out to both Steadfast and Pig for covering their matches there. Meanwhile, as you can see here, we're going to be focusing on Gerald versus Mixu. This will lead into Trigger in the next round in the upper bracket. Oh boy, we'll get there. We will get there. For the time being, though, we're jumping into our series. Readers are done, and game 1 is going to be on Incorporeal. Let's go. Let's go. All right, let's go. And also, thank you so much, everyone, for giving us a happy partner anniversary. I'll be honest, I didn't even know. I didn't even realize until we went live today. So thank you so much. We do appreciate it. Yes, it's been many years, of course, since we've been able to stream and be partners as well. But thank you so much. Can't believe it's another year, Pappy, another year. Crazy. But here we go. We're jumping into our fresh series and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal. We have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss Rosane Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. As we fix up our player colors, there we go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player. We have the Finnish Zerg representing himself, currently teamless. It is Mixu. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our ZVP. Let's go. Let us go. As we have our initial openers, Hatch Gas Pool, we do have the unnatural natural out of Mixu being forced to expand at the third base location. So a bit of an awkward start out of our Zerg player, but outside of that, we should be getting to some standard starts, some standard builds. Welcome to Incorporeal. Incorporeal is one of the larger maps in the map pool. We often see longer and later games on this map as well. I will say that the fourth base is a little bit more open here. As you can see, we have a wide entrance into the fourth base. We have potential for rotations over towards the third as well. But I will say, even though the fourth base is more accessible, because the third is so defensive, it's very easy and it's very common for Protoss players to fully wall off this ramp, wall up their third base, and position their armies here in between their natural and their fourth location for quick rotations, quick responses, and for stronger defenses here on 4 bases. As a result, we do often see longer and later games. This is assuming that Mixu does decide to commit and does try to go for something more aggressive and break the Protoss before they can enter the late game. That's usually how this matchup does progress. Now, what I will say is that the matchup has been shifting a little bit with the latest patch. With the change to the Baneling, it does mean that Link Bane play is much more viable, much more powerful when it comes to trying to break these positions, because the Baneling, with the extra HP, survives storms. Now, it can survive storms, it can engage, it can collapse on the High Templar, and actually break through those siege lines. So that is a big change, of course, and we'll see if Mixu does embrace that more Lingbane heavy style. Meanwhile, from the side of Gerald, he's typically very standard. You know, gates, cyber into Stargate, into expansion, into Forge and +1 is kind of what we're leaning towards here. It's very rare to see Gerald really deviate too much. He's, again, much more standard, much more vanilla in his approach, not really much of a cheesy or aggressive player. Every now and then he does decide to mix things up, but it's every now and then. Oh. There we go. Do we have a YouTube stream with this? Exclamation mark YouTube in the chat. Yes, we are live on YouTube at the same time, so if you want to check us out, YouTube is the place to be. Likewise, we're also live on Kick, and we're also live on Facebook as well. So depending on your preferred platform, we're on Twitch, we're on YouTube. We're on Kick, and we are on Facebook. We used to be on TikTok, but TikTok did actually change their policies. I think there were some people asking about it's like, yo, we actually got a lot of viewership on TikTok as well. Like, yo, what happened to the TikTok streams? Apparently, they're limited only to gameplay, and technically, us casting isn't us playing games. So I think, I think technically we aren't allowed to stream on TikTok. So it's a smudge, happy smudge. As we're not playing the game, we're casting the game. I think it's something along those lines, which is why we can no longer stream on Twitch. Sorry, on TikTok, I meant to say. So smudge, happy smudge. Oh. Otherwise, we are going to be fanning out. We do have our natural base on the way. We're the Eva chamber here from Mixu, getting into +1 melee. All good, Sinsar, all good. All good. As we get an early Eva chamber into +1 melee here into a more Ling heavy composition. This is typically into Ling Hydra, and typically Mixu should be skipping his Roach Warren. Again, +1 melee means that you typically do skip your Roaches, you do go for a more Ling Hydra heavy composition. There's the melee upgrade on the way. We could still see Mixu get a Roach Warren, but no, he does decide to get the Bane Nest instead, so he's going into Ling Bane. So Ling Bane, no Roaches. This tells me that he would be vulnerable to something like Glaive Adepts, but as we mentioned before, Gerald, it's very rare to see Gerald go into Glaives or rush into Charge or, again, deviate from the norm. Against standard Blink, I mean, Mixu, he should be well set up for it. Now, something that I'm noticing though, let's see if you notice, we are having Blink on the way, but where is the Forge? No Forge, no +1. We are missing upgrades here, so Gerald, I would imagine this has to be intentional. Okay, Late Forge out of Gerald's. We have, I don't know if I would even say earlier Blink, so an interesting setup here. Unfortunately, upgrades are going to be delayed, so that is a bit of a misstep here from Gerald. It tells me there's Power Spike, his upgrade's going to be later than usual as we build up in towards the mid game. Lings are poking in, they get eyes on the setup. Can Gerald is secure. Since I don't know if Gerald's still sick. Oh, true. I do recall that Gerald, he was a little bit unwell at SC for all, right? I hope he's okay. Okay. That's the Gerald. I know that it probably doesn't help that he's traveling as much as he is. I'm sure that doesn't really help when it comes to recovering. Hopefully. As nice round. Yeah, nice round. Couple of deaths do fall. So far, Mixu is keeping up. He's holding. At the same time, Temple Archives is on the way. Working towards Storm, working towards that splash damage. And it is indeed going to be Ling Bane Hydra out of Mixu. Nice round. Once again, catching out both of the Adepts. And Gerald, he's setting up back at home. Again, taking a more defensive stance. As we mentioned before, it is a little bit more standard here on Incorporeal to defend and to turtle up on 4 bases. We have cannons on the way, more SimCity, more pylons. And Gerald will soon try to expand. Meanwhile, from the side of Mixu, do you notice something? We have the 4th base. We're not droning. These were transferred workers, and okay, there we go. We have 2 more drones on the way. We have some slight droning here from Mixu. He's at 66. That is 3 base saturation. He's working on those upgrades. It's only 2 drones, by the way, so this still looks very committed on 3 bases. Oracles, they dip in. They get 3 more drone kills. As we just did transfer. Okay. But 9 drones. Okay, 9, 10 drones on the way. So Mixu, he finally does start droning up. The drones are a little bit more delayed, but he is macroing up into a longer game. He's not going all in. That's what's important. So Mixu, he's not all in. Well, Lings that get caught out. Mixu's going for a massive Ling round. Why the wall is solid. The wall is solid. So far, so good. Lings, they attempt to surround. There's the first Storm. Oh, does catch more High Templar though. Yeah, bit of miscontrol, and 1, 2 High Templar go down. Very nice snipes here from Mixu. Takes down 2 Templar for only Lings. So he's moving in. That's pushing forward. Here comes Gerald's counterattack. How many storms does Gerald have though? Yeah, not many. Also, I think I said 2. Only 1 High Templar went down. 1 barely survived. on 1 HP. The 1 HP Templar. He's crazy, man. He's crazy. Ay, ay, ay. But without storms, Gerald, he can't really be active on the map, so he's staying at home, turtling up, cannons on the way, shield batteries on the way. As we mentioned before, at the start of the game on Incorporeal, it's common to turtle up like this. Mixu, meanwhile, is committing. What do we have? No further tech. So he's maxing out. He's on 78 workers. He's on 5 bases. That is true, but he has no intention of taking up into Hive or Lurkers. It's purely Lingbane Hydra. So pure Lingbane Hydra. It's a lair tech all in. No Hive, no spellcasters, no Lurkers, no nothing else. This is meant to kill. This is meant to kill. Oh. Meant to kill so far, going to be zoned away. Bailing speed is nowhere near finishing. That's a bit of an oversight. And no bailing speed. 2 more storms. High Templar exposed. Ooh, Templar goes down. Gets 1, but there's still more storms available. And I believe that was the final storm. Massive storm though. He stands in it. He stands in the storms, and Mixu, he will lose everything. Ay, ay, ay. The storms are brutal. Gerald, he does defend. He shuts down the all-in, and Mixu, he's falling further behind here. Again, as we mentioned, like Mixu, he has no tech. He's not really set up for a longer game. And we have Skytoss on the way for Gerald. Stargate, Fleet Beacon, getting ready for Skytoss, getting ready for Tempest, for carriers. And the reality is, Gerald doesn't have to push. He could. Like, right now, Mixu's vulnerable. Mixu, he is vulnerable to a counterattack. But Gerald, if he wants to, he can just chill at home and max out with Skytoss. He's fine, man. Just moving in on the left. They do force a cancellation, denying the 5th. More Lingbane rolling in. Oh, a bit of a late storm. Bailey's out. Can they get in? Not quite. Barely not. Whew. Josh, he's holding. He's defending. Catching out more Hydras. That's 3, 4, 5 more Hydras going down. Brutal losses. That's a 30 throughout the course of the last couple of moments. Jesus. I thought the past 2 minutes, I should say. And now we have late tech, and now we have Infestation Bits, Lurker Den, eventual Hive tech. Mixu, he's forced to tech up like this, but Tempest production's already begun, right? Usually, typically in ZVP, there's typically a window in time where the Zerg player, if they play macro, has Lurkers before Skytoss. Here, they're gonna have Lurkers after Skytoss. Like, there's no window there, there's no power spike for Mixu. Now, it's not all doom and gloom. If Mixu can somehow pull off a Bailing run by. I mean, the problem here is this. We have there's 5 cannons, there's 2 shield batteries. If Mixu can pull off like Bailing drops, Bailing run bys, if he can get some economic damage and slow down Gerald, then maybe Mixu can recover. Or if he can find a really good fight. There's a chance where if he can get on top of the High Templar, if he can collapse on the army, if Gerald's not paying attention, or if its attention is split elsewhere, then Mixu can try to take a better fight. But Mixu, he is relying on Gerald to make mistakes. He's relying on mistakes here. As Gerald, he's on 93 probes. He's 93 probes. That's a lot of probes. Storm on the Hydra. Oh, God. The Hydra, they eat the storms. Brutal, Pappy. Oh, God. Storms do connect. Now we have our first 2 Lurkers of the game. Let's go. At 12 minutes. We have our first 2. Sorry, we have, I believe that's our first 4 Lurkers. Up, down to 3, down to 2. Never mind. Never mind. Tempests are revealed. Stellar Rambai is going to be cleaned up. Thankfully for Mixu. Cleans up the Zealots. And Gerald's pushing right through the center. You had a fever the day of the finals for SC for all. Ah, no. Smarriage, might be Smarriage. And hopefully he's okay. Like, thankfully it's been a couple of days. Hope he's been looking after himself. I mean, I may just ask him after the series. I'll reach out. Oh. Storm does zone. So far, again, Gerald, he's holding his own. He's slowly refining his army, building up more Tempest, getting to +1 air attack. I will say that this is a little bit late. I mean, look at Gerald's bank. He's got 3k, 1k in the bank. We could have afforded these upgrades a little bit sooner here. So you could argue that Gerald could have been a little bit greedier in his tech. Likewise, we're lacking Archons. The higher probe count here is hurting Gerald. Storms do zone away. But hey, Mixu, he is slowly refining that army. He's getting into Infestors, Corruptors. Does still take some massive storms to the face. Oh, God. Catching out another Infestor. One left. Better trades for Gerald. Much better for the Protoss. On the one hand, I would say that Gerald definitely could have been more greedy here with even a third Stargate, second Cybercore, double upgrades at a time. But despite that, he's still taking better fights. Like, he's still out-trading his opponent. Still in a good position. Rotates, snipes the expansion. Does he try to recall back? Does he keep pushing even? Hatchery goes down. Mixer's trying to respond. He has 2 lurkers. Okay. He's got 2 back. Oof. Hydra's a lunge into the storms. Oh no! And every Hydra's gonna go down. No shot. Not like this. Mixu, calm down, baby. Calm down. Ah. Again, the storms, they're still brutal. They're still terrifying. Like, they respect the storms, happy, respect them. As Mixu does lose his entire Hydra army. Now rebuilding, 14 Hydras on the way. Corruptors, they get 1 Tempest. 1 Tempest goes down. We attempt a Lurker counterattack. Interesting. This is an expensive counterattack, by the way. An expensive run by. 2 Lurkers going to be going down. The Corruptors are coming from behind. They get the Mothership. The Mothership does go down. Massive storms. Storms from the army. 1 Tempest falls. Corruptors, they're going ham. They're going to get more Tempest. And Stalkers are out of position. No support for the Tempest, and every Tempest will fall. Nice catch here from Mixu. Oh, God. Running through the storms. And again, this is where the composition is hurting Gerald. We did mention earlier where the Archons, right? Like, the ideal supportive unit here for the Tempest are Storm, Archons, and Stalkers as well. But one of the reasons why there are no Archons is the high probe counts. Like, the high probe count is hurting Gerald. His army is that much smaller. We gotta make room, Pat. We gotta make room. I mean, it's fine if moments like this happen, where there's 1 Corruptor left. Nice Zealot run by, gets into the mineral line. I mean, again, Gerald is still very comfortable. I should emphasize that, yes, there are definitely like some more efficient moves that Gerald could be going for, but he's still perfectly fine. Like, kills a base, still has a massive bank. Mixu is struggling to max out. Mixu does keep pushing towards top right. We do see Gerald coming in from behind. He wants this army. He wants the Lunkers. There's going to be 3. 4. There's going to be 4 Lurkers. And they're going to be thrown away. Cannons, thankfully, are depowered. Storms are coming in. Where's the detection? Oh, where is the detection? Oh, no. Gerald is out of position. Hydras, they move in. To move in, still 0 detection. No observers, no oracles. I mean, the oracle's on the way. Yeah, messy defense here by Gerald. Very messy. But again, he still has a bank, and Mixu does not. Mixu is running out of money, running out of steam, and a massive storm here once again on the Hydras and the Queens as well. Oof. And Mixu, despite having a high worker count, you can see here no saturation, right? There's one patch towards the left, there's 4 patches on the right. GG gets called as Mixu, he runs out of money, he runs out of steam, and Gerald will take game number 1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, a very, I would say, relatively comfortable game there for Gerald. As we mentioned previously, the big deciding moment was when Gerald defended his 4th base, when he was able to absorb the massive Hydra commitment. And remember, Mixu, he was borderline all-in. He did commit on a 4-base saturation mass Lingbane Hydra. He refused to tech up any further until the all-in failed, right? Until the push did fail, and by then he did fall behind. He needed to recover, and he never quite got there. He was able to max out, yes, but one max out army is not quite the same as the other. The soup can lie, papi. The soup can lie. Often does. So Mixu was struggling to kind of regain control, and he had some nice moments, right? Like catching the Mothership, catching the Tempest, catching Gerald out of position like 1 or 2 times, but overall he was just still too far behind. GG. GG, well played. And now we're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. Oh, that's un momento. There we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines. We have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself. We have the red Protoss from Land of Poland, representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is Gerald. And the spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the teal Zerg player, the teal Zerg from Land of Finland. It is Mixu. Here we go. Whew, vámonos, papi, vámonos. And for those of you in the chat, thank you so much, papi, thank you so much, the StarCraft Historian, for gifting a sub to the community. Thank you, papi, thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Hope you had a great SC for all. Hope you had a great time. Again, the StarCraft Historian, of course, he was the big name behind the new kind of, the new face and the new collaboration and the new tournaments, merging together the power of SC Historian with Cheesedelphia as well, coming together for SC for All. It was a great tournament, a fun tournament as well, bringing together StarCraft 2, Brood War, and StarCraft 64 as well, and it just led to a really intense kind of period for NA StarCraft. We spoke about this earlier, but the beginning of the week, the beginning of the month, was the event happening in the Americas, and then bam, from one right into the other. A lot of players in this tournament, actually, they flew from the Americas, from that tournament to now another event here in Canada as well. So back-to-back tournaments, back-to-back NA StarCraft. Let's go, baby, let's go. Yeah. The marathon of NA StarCraft. Crazy, baby, crazy. And of course, thankfully, you know, the schedule did allow for players to travel to both. The schedule did allow for both to exist next to each other. You know, maybe even next year, more collaboration. I mean, maybe. We'll see, Pat. We'll see. NA StarCraft events working together is always a good thing. Always a good thing. For now, though, we're settling in. We do see Gerald going for, once again, a Stargate opener. Meanwhile, Mixu going for his own hatch gas pool. Standard opener out of Mixu, setting up for his own 3rd base eventually as well. Everything so far is looking normal, and welcome on all to Ley Lines. Now, when it comes to Ley Lines, we spoke earlier about Incorporeal, about how it's a little bit easier to defend, to turtle up on 4 bases as a Protoss player, and we saw that come to pass, right? We saw that validated, talking about how you can rely on site defense at your 3rd base and your main army is typically in position at your 4th. Now here on Ley Lines, it is a little bit different. I will say that this map is a little bit less defendable. All-ins are more successful here on Ley Lines. So if Mixu wants to go for the same style, I would say that it's going to be more successful here coming into game 2. The problem though is, do you want to play that same style 2 games in a row? Typically in a series, especially at this level, you don't want to be too predictable, right? You don't want to be predictable, you don't want your opponent to hard counter you and just assume your play and be able to predict you as well. So the pressure is on Mixu. Pressure is on. 3rd base is now being taken. As a reminder, last game Mixu did open up with the early Evo Chamber, +1 melee into Lingbane Hydra. We'll see if he does the same. We'll see if he goes into Roaches this time. Oh, let's say shade in. They get 1, They get one, they get two. Two drones going down. Not bad. Can we get three? Oh, not quite. Two drones for two adepts. I would say a better trade for Mixu here at even trade. I mean, ideally you do lose nothing, but he's able to have the one-to-one trade. At the same time, Oracle dips in, gets two more, three more drones, 5 in total. Nice moves out of Gerald. Does pull away, gets another drone. Oh god. Gets another worker. Calm down, calm down. Calm down. Had a blast, man. Thank you for covering it. Always, man. Always there for NA StarCraft. I mean, it's kind of weird, but for whatever reason, we have our own ties with Latin American StarCraft, with North American StarCraft as well. Despite the fact that it is not the best time zone for us. It is it's almost 7 a.m. in the morning. It's but you know, the Ducklings, we have our own history with NA StarCraft, with like the NA Apprentice events, with Spicy Team League back in the day, with Cheese Delphi, of course, as well, with our NA roster, with Miguelito, with Vindicta, with Dolan, with Patty Mac, our NA boys. We're always there. Always make time. Siempre, papi, siempre. Now though, another three. Another 3 drones. And this time, Roachwarren. Okay, Mixu is mixing it up. Remember, we spoke about it last game. We did have early Evo Chamber into +1 melee, into Ling Bane Hydra. This time, no Evo Chamber into Roachwarren, into what looks to be a more Roach heavy composition instead. Now, I say what looks to be more Roach heavy. Technically, we could be cheeky here, take gases, and go for a Spire. I don't think this is the best map for Mu to play. I do prefer larger maps like Maganatha or Tokamak, where you can get away with that play a little bit easier here. Oh, we're going for an all-in. Let's go, baby, let's go. The lair is done. Some gases are taken. We don't take all 6. Only 5 gases are being taken. We have Roach Speed on the way, Overlord Speed, getting ready for Drop Lords, getting ready for a German taxi. So it is going to be a 3-base all-in out of Mixu. He's going to commit, he's going to double down. Oh, does lose the queen already. Remember, these queens are meant to go across the map. We can't lose them this quickly here. The queens are important. The Death Trust on the right-hand side. And does Gerald notice the fact that there's 0 saturation? Does he notice again? 0 drones here at the 4th base. The all-in is coming. Massing up more Lings, more Roaches. Back at home, what do we have? Yep, he's getting pylons at least. Getting pylons, he's reinforcing. Gerald is being very proactive here, but this looks like a bit of a misread. Like, you do want to delay the push, that's true, but he has everything across the map. And here come the Lings. Nice, very nice aces. Stasis goes off. And remember, the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for Mixu. But the lack of side defense tells us that it feels like he doesn't realize what's happening. So I meant to say, the longer this goes on, better it is for Gerald. So I did misspeak. Another stasis. But again, Gerald, he looks woefully underprepared back at home. He needs more warp-ins. Whilst they do connect. They get one of the Stalkers, not bad. Nice kiting here, does kite back. Ooh, Link splashing on the Stalkers. Remember, there's no shield batteries, there's no cannons. Despite that, he's microing well, going for another warp-in. And can Gerald hold on with the bare minimum? Ooh, files do miss. Queens are being targeted. But the Stalkers are so very low, and Mixu, he may have just done it here. Oh, there's a shield battery. Shield battery finishes. Ravager goes down. Did 0 probes die? What just happened? GG! GG, well played. 0 economic damage despite 0 shield battery, 0 cannons, crazy blink control. Again, with the bare minimum to defend. Gerald, he shuts down the all-in. GG. Crazy. GG, well played. The pants were down. Didn't matter, Pappy. Didn't. GG, well played. Impressive defense there by Gerald. Again, it did look like he wasn't fully aware of how committed Mixu was, but he was microing his heart out, ensuring he was dodging as many passes as he could, kiting back those Stalkers, incorporating those Oracles, sniping the Queens, and of course warping in the Zealots as quickly as he could. GG, well played. A very clutch hold, as Gerald will claim the series 2-0. Whew, GG. GG, well played. And with that, congratulations here to Gerald. He will claim it. And my condolences to Mixu here. I mean, Gerald, oh, actually, did want to reach out, but he's in game at the moment. I think he's looking at the replay. I think, yeah, Gerald, he's checking the replay. He's like, oh my god, what just happened? He himself doesn't know, Bobby. Oh my god, is double checking. But again, if you're a fan of Mixu, of course, do not fret. Mixu, he is still in the tournament. Thankfully, it is double elimination, right? Thankfully, it is double elimination. So Mixu does have another life, of course. You can always bring it back from the lower bracket. Otherwise, Gerald he does advance on to the next round, and we have some updates. Let's go. Let's head on over here. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. As Lambo versus Harsem is still ongoing. Okay. And again, that's over on the mainstream. Is over on the mainstream. There we go. Okay, from the top here, we have Lambo and Harsem. You can see Lambo is up 1-0. I believe they're currently in game 2 over on the mainstream. The winner goes up against Zaun in the next round. Meanwhile, Future versus Maples. Future is up against Clem in the next round. We'll be getting into those matches momentarily. Don't you worry. First, we're wrapping up the first upper bracket round, and then we'll be heading into the upper bracket quarterfinals. Meanwhile, Scarlet took down a Foxer. Scarlet's going to be up against ByuN in the next round. Gerald takes down Mixu, and Gerald he's up against Trigger in the next round as well. Here we go. I also do need to update the lower bracket. I'll get around to it. I'll get there, I'll get there. Un momento. We have Mixu. We have Foxer. There he is, and we have Maples. Beautiful. Just updated. So you can see the lower bracket has been updated. You can see Mixu, Foxer, and Maples. That all three of them are down there in the lower bracket, still waiting for their next opponents, still lying in wait. We'll get there. We will get there later on in the broadcast. As I have a bit of downtime. We'll have a little bit of downtime. And also, when it comes to what we're going to be covering next on stream, we do just now have an update. Up next, we are going to be following a Future, the NA Hope, sorry, the American Hope, I should emphasize. The American Hope is going to be going up against Clem in that PVT. That's going to be a short series. That's oh god. So one moment here. I believe the players are getting ready as we speak, and there is quite a bit to discuss in regards to that next matchup. Un momento. Man, okay. So as you can see just under me here, we have Clem versus Future. Now, Clem, of course, he does avoid TVT. He's going to be playing Protoss in that next matchup. PVT is going to be coming up next on the channel. And Future is a very aggressive player. He very rarely plays macro in TVP. Very rarely. We often see a lot of proxies, a lot of cheese, a lot of all-ins. And Clem, he's an amazing player. He's one of the best Protoss players in the world. That is true. But if you're not really familiar with Future, if you don't know how he plays, if you don't know him personally, and I don't know if Clem is aware, to be fair, they did live together in Korea. True. So I'm sure they're somewhat familiar. We'll see how Clem compares to Future, and we'll see if he can survive the shenanigans that Future brings to the table. For those who remember, it was last year. It was last year in the lead up to the EWC that Clem won, actually, in 2024, where Clem was in Korea, and Clem, they had like an impromptu team house. They rented an Airbnb house in Korea with Clem, with Trigger, with Estrella, and with Future. Basically, we had all the NA boys from the Americas and from Canada as well, of course, with Trigger. They're all living together. I think Zane was with them as well. I think Zane, I think it was also alongside them, and they were there to practice, to improve, to get ready for EWC, and it led into Clem, of course, becoming the EWC champion, the world champion for 2024. So it was a big momentous occasion, of course, but Future was a part of that preparation for Clem. So they have that history with each other, they have that experience, and we'll see how that comes to a head here in this series. Let's go. Just catching up in the chat. Showing off those boxer and briefs in Ottawa. No. Put the pants back up, Gerald. Este, Gerald. You weren't full Este Sacrifice historian. Wait, do cannons lose detection if shut down? Yes, yes. They require to be powered to actually give detection. Gerald could style with mass carrier. He could. Like, mass carrier is usually inefficient, but if you're far ahead, you can pull that off. You can pull that off. So I was just catching up. Also, thank you so much for the happy anniversaries in the chat. Thank you. We do appreciate it. Gracias. But otherwise, it looks like we have some downtime. The players will need some time to get ready for us, of course, so we're gonna have a break. I don't know how long the break is gonna last, so I have no updates there, but soon TM. Once the players are ready, then we'll be jumping into that PvT. So we'll see you soon after the break. If you are unsatiated, if you want some more StarCraft, then open up like multi-Twitch, open up another tab. The main stream is also live at the moment with LAN Event versus Hearthstone. They're in game 2. They're currently in game 2. Ideally, that goes all the way to game 3. Ideally, we want an ace match, but the pressure right now is on Hearthstone. The pressure's on the captain, papi, the captain. El Capitan. Texas will win no matter what. True. Always. For now, though, again, we're going to be going on a break, and we'll see you guys soon after said break. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second round. Welcome back here to the Stellarfest, the Constellation Cup, day number 1. Welcome back to the B stream. We've just wrapped up with the initial upper bracket round 1, and now we're jumping into the round number 2, jumping into the upper bracket quarterfinals. Let's go. We have our PVT. We are jumping into game number 1. And spawning in the bottom, or in the top left-hand corner here of Pylon, we have the American Terran player. We have the Red Terran, representing Mandarino Esports. It is a Future. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player. Fix it up. Un momento, papi, un momento. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the French Protoss, representing Team Liquid. It is a Clem. Here we go. We are jumping into our TVP, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our Terran versus Protoss matchup. Oh boy, it's going to be a spicy one here. Here we go. I did notice some people in the chat being like, oh, are we going to get into a TVT? That is not the case. For those that are maybe a little bit unaware, for those who have not been watching much StarCraft specifically this year, Clem, he has not played a Terran versus Terran matchup since December of last year, since Alima League. If you remember, we were there for it, actually. We were it was a Lima League. It was one of the early rounds where Clem played against ByuN, and ByuN, he notoriously has arguably the best TVT in the world, and ByuN, he won the first game, and then Clem, he switched to Protoss, and he never looked back. That was the last time he played a TVT, was mid-series against ByuN, and again, that was back in December. So since then, pure Protoss against other Terran players, of course, and Clem has some of the best PVT in the world, if not the best PVT in the world. You can definitely make an argument for it, for sure. But Clem, there's no Terran player out there that he hasn't beaten, except for one. Fun fact, there is one Terran player that Clem has not defeated, that is Maru. But the only reason why he hasn't beaten Maru is because they've never played. In the last year, they have not played back. So as a result, like he's been able to avoid him back, has avoided him. It's gotten away. If you remember, that's why I was a little bit sad that we never got to see them face off in Star Zagora. If you remember, Maru, he was going to Star Zagora, but then he canceled his flight, he canceled his attendance, so didn't go to Star Zagora, and as a result, we didn't see Clem and Maru face off. But here we go. We do see Future opening up with a 2-rack setup here. Sorry, I say 2 racks. 1 rack's back at home. Factory across the map. Let's go, happy. Let's go. Has Clem beaten Clem? No. That's how he trains, Piper. That's how he trains. That's how he gets better. The image training. But a spicy build here from Future, which is what we expect out of our Terran player here. It is going to be a second Rax back at home. We're setting this looks like the beginning of a 2-base all-in. Oh my god. So the second Rax is on the way. Big delay on the starport. And with that proxy, we have Hellions in production. And so far, unscouted. So far unseen, so far unscouted. As Clem is in the dark. Trying to shade in. Also, something we did mention before this series, as we were getting into this upper bracket round, is that both Future and Clem are quite familiar with each other. If you remember, Future did live with Clem last year. They were staying together in Korea, in that team house. So I say team house, they rented an Airbnb together. It was Future, Clem, Estrella, Trigger. That was all in preparation of last year's EWC. So this is where mind games can come into play. And again, we're banking up those Hellions. They are banking up. Now, basically, the reason and the rationale to bank up these Hellions, based on the scouting, what is Clem seeing? Clem, it looks like he sees a 3-Rax, right? He sees nothing but Marines back at home. So it looks like a 3-Rax when really it's going to be much more committed than that. As Hellions, they move out. Here back at home, there's no SimCity, but there are Stalkers ready for this. Oh no! As we do have a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything is okay. Remember, this is an offline event, and sometimes, you know, there's some tech issues, there's some malfunctioning, maybe some settings are wrong, maybe some of the sound is a little bit weird, maybe like the noise canceling headset, like it's not quite working, or the white noise. Like sometimes there's something that happens. So again, fully understandable as we're about to get into the Hellion dive. Now, when it comes to this dive, 3 Hellions, they one-shot. They one-shot probes specifically. So 3 Hellions is all you need. Unfortunately for Future, Clem, he's lying in wait here with some Stalkers. He does have a shield battery as well. Ideally, Clem would have some SimCity and would have a wall off, but because he didn't see any factory, because he didn't see any Hellions, there is no wall. So there's an opportunity here for damage. There is an opportunity. As well, as we're jumping back in.
Game resumed.
As we're jumping back in. Hellions, they do dive in. They rush past. One Hellion goes down. Nice big off. And the other Hellion gets caught. The other Hellion does get caught out. Doesn't make it into the main base. And with that, this Hellion dive is not going to be worth it here. Yeah, Hellions are all cleaned up. There was potential. There was potential with these Hellions, but alas, 0 damage dealt. And it all comes down to this. It all comes down to the stim timing. Remember, this entire time, building a Marines, building a Marauders, stim is on the way. And this is the beginning of a 2-base all-in. The reason why I say this is because we have a big delay in the starport. So the starport is heavily delayed in favor of stim, in favor of more Marine and bio production. So very committed here. From the side of Clem, he did go for his initial 3-gate blink. So 3-gate blink into a third base. Very safe play out of Clem, going for the robo as well before expanding. So very safe. And it's on Clem to be active, to be proactive, and to slow this down. Eventually, Future's going to push. He's going to push, he's going to send it, and it's going to be on Clem to pick off the tanks, pick off the Marauders, force an early siege, pick away the Marines. Like this. Gets one. Gets one Marine. He wants another. Oh, almost gets 2. But again, every little bit counts. The boys were pre-pulled here to repair, so lost mining time for Future. And behind this, we have the Bay. Bay for Colossus. Clem going toss to protect the viewers from the mirror. Copium. He's playing toss to protect his mental health. What are you talking about? Playing toss for him, bad. Doesn't want to deal with TVT. From here, Future, he will soon commit. Second tank is moving out. We're still waiting for the upgrades, still waiting for combat shields. Concussor shell as well. Gets a Marine. Gets a Marine. Here comes the push. And it's all or nothing for future. And CranKy does engage ahead of time. Gets a Marine. Picks up more Marines. At the same time, Zelda hit the mineral end. SMB is going to be going down again. Future is all in. It's all or nothing. And now there's Colossus. There's Colossus. There's force field sentries as well. It's going to be brutal. The tanks get caught unsieged. And they're going to be focused down. Yeah, we'll lose one. We'll lose the other. And GG gets called. CranKy shuts down the push, and Clem takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. CranKy does take a lead in the series. Again, I mean, really unfortunate start for Future when it came to the proxy. It was really an interesting setup there, an interesting proxy location, and going for the factory, going for the mass Hellion, or going for 3 Hellions. It was a cheeky move, but in the end, it didn't quite pay off. We saw the Hellion dive, got 0 damage done. It was quite committed there, and again, didn't lead to anything. Following that, of course, then Clem was looking comfortable. He was able to slow down the push, shut down the all-in. GG. GG all played again. Very safe play by Clem as well, going for his initial 3-gate. Wasn't lured into cutting corners. And now we're getting into game number 2. And we'll see if Future can bounce back and force the ace match. We'll see if Clem can clean it up here and now. Let's go. We go. So diving into that second game and spawning in the top right-hand corner here of Leylands. We have the American Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Matcherino Esports down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Future. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Protoss player, the French Protoss, the Blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. See in the chat, Clem disrespecting the game. I feel like anyone who, I think there's always like someone who does try to say something like that who probably just don't watch a lot of StarCraft. We mentioned this before, but Clem, he's literally one of the best Protoss players in the world. The one thing stopping him, he said it himself, the one thing stopping Clem from switching and fully changing to Protoss is PvP. So it's the mirror matchups, papi. He avoids TVT and PvP as well. If you've been watching over the past couple of months post EWC, he did try to play Protoss a little bit in the Open Cups. He had a couple of games against Max Packs, a couple of games against Classic and Hero, but he had mixed success, very mixed success with that. He never did beat them in a full series. He did take some games, but PvP is his weakest matchup when he plays Protoss. So that's stopping him. For now though, Future setting up here behind the mineral line. And of course he enjoys playing Terran against Zerg more than Protoss against Zerg. As Clem is forcing the unnatural natural thanks to the eBay block. It's a nice move there by Future, but alas Clem, he's not aware of the Proxy Reaper. Oh boy. As a result, there's no Zealots, right? There's no early Zealot, there's no early setup. There's potential for damage. Future he can pop off. Let's go. He has potential. As Reaper dips in. So far does dip in, and can he get a probe kill so far? Nice control by Clem. Pulls away, saves the probe. Second probe. Oh my god, he'll lose nothing. Saves both workers. Very clean control here by Clem. Doesn't lose a single worker. Stalker pops out, and Clem has defended. So very nice, very clean defense here early on. Future back at home does go double gas into a faster factory, into a delayed CC, going for a more tech-heavy start this time. Typically, especially if there's no Zealot, the Reaper gets at least 1, maybe 2 probe kills, sometimes even 3. Here gets 0. If this is a B stream, where do I find the A stream? As was stated in the chat, yes, the main stream is on UrsaTV_esports. The link should be on the Wikipedia. And I believe they're going to be covering ByuN versus Scarlet, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, they have priority on their picks. There's going to be some amazing games over the mainstream. So do also consider checking them out. As the Reapers, they do get 3 probes. Nice damage here by the Reapers, by Future. Oh no! It does get caught out though. And we'll lose 1, and may even lose both. As Adept will hunt Future down. I believe he can tank a shot. It does tank 1, and does pull away. Whew, okay. So Future does get out. Behind this, we have another set of Raxes, and do you see what I see? Very similar to last game, delayed starport, right? Delayed starport, we have a second and a third Rax before the starport. Tank production has begun. Oh, going for an add-on swap into early stim. Okay, so this is once again an early stim timing, a commitment into ByuN, a very low tank count. Soldiers, they poke in, bunkers are ready. Clem, he wants a tank, he wants whatever he can get. Can he get the tank? He can! Oh god! The tank goes down, not like this. He wants a cyclone as well. GG gets called. Losing the tank was brutal. That should not have happened. And Clem, he will claim it then and there. We were discussing the potential follow-up build here, the 2-base all-in, the commitment into stim. But before we could even get there, GG. GG, well played. A brutal loss there. Losing the tank that early on, that's game, right? That is your defense. That is your defensive line. To lose the tank to, I mean, the bunker didn't really matter because there was nothing to fill the bunker up. To lose the tank, to lose the cyclone, this all kind of comes into play as to the punishment of the proxy reaper. Remember, the proxy reapers didn't get much damage done, and because they didn't, the Rax was floating. Because it was floating, there were no marines, there was no bio production, we were still teching up, and we were heavily reliant on those factory units. There was nothing to fill up those bunkers, nothing to support or protect the tank. It all kind of played into each other. GG. GG, well played. With that, a very fast series, and Clem, he will claim the series 2-0. Very well done. Very impressive play. Snowballing out of control and denying any kind of mid-game out of Future. Impressive. Impressive play there. Aye, aye, aye. So with that, GG, and let's catch up on the bracket. I believe the mainstream, they're still progressing. They're still getting through their match. But one moment. One moment here. 2-0. Okay. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let us catch on up. So from the top, we have Clem. Clem speed running his way through the bracket. He is currently in the upper bracket semifinals, the winner semifinals, waiting for the winner of Zaun and Lambo. Zaun and Lambo, they will be facing off momentarily, I'm sure. They're going to be on the mainstream, bear that in mind. Meanwhile, ByuN versus Scarlet is currently going to be going on in the mainstream. So when it comes to the schedule, the mainstream will be covering ByuN versus Scarlet, and then they'll be covering Zaun versus Lambo thereafter. What are we covering next? It is going to be Trigger versus Gerald in the PvP. That is going to be our next series on the channel on the B stream. So we'll be covering some Canada versus Poland action. That's going to be here on the B stream, and then we go down to the lower brackets. So once we wrap up with the upper bracket quarterfinals, then we'll be done with the upper bracket for the day. Remember, this is a 2-day event. For those that are unaware, it's 2 days. 2 days of Stellarfest Constellation Cup. So day 1 is the first 2 rounds in the upper bracket, and I believe the first 2 rounds of the lower bracket as well. Then the rest of the bracket will be played out tomorrow. So players have some time to rest, to recover, which means Clem is done for the day. Right? I believe that's correct. I think, yeah, let's go. Este Clem, baby, este Clem. So Clem, he has some time to himself here. He can enjoy the sights, enjoy the rest of Ottawa, Canada. I'm sure there's plenty to embrace. Este Clem. Likewise, when it comes to the rest of the bracket, as we mentioned, we're going to be covering Trigger versus Gerald. If you're a fan of Future, do not worry. Future gets knocked down to the lower brackets, but Future, he still has a chance to recover and to redeem himself. Does still have that chance of redemption. As Future, oh, we do have an update on the bracket actually. Future is going to be knocked down to face off against Foxer in that lower bracket. We got you. Bam. Beautiful, beautiful. So, and that will actually be a TBT. That will, and we might cover it. We'll see. When it comes to the lower bracket matches, yet to be determined what we cover and what we don't. we'll get there. Who would you favor here? When it comes to the next series, Trigger and Gerald, I do lean towards Trigger. Trigger, he has some killer PvP. It's if you remember, he had a bit of a revelation earlier this year. With Trigger, of course, he's been living in Korea for the majority of 2025 and 2024 as well, like half of 2024. Spending a lot of time in Korea, playing in a lot of online cups as well, and he was struggling in PvP for a while. And then he had a revelation, you know, he opened his third eye, like he popped off and he was beating Hero, he was beating Classic, he was beating everyone. And he posted on Twitter and he was like, guys, I stopped using my brain and then I started winning PvPs. It's like, oh, god damn it, Trigger. Basically, Trigger, he started going for all-ins. He started being hyper aggressive, a lot of all-ins, a lot of aggressive builds, and he was quite successful, He was achieving a lot in PvP. Yo, maybe he can coach Clem. Maybe he can. Oh god. Yeah. So we have seen a more aggressive side of Trigger in recent times, in recent months. Them playing like those workers were his IRL brothers, his lost IRL brothers. True. Crazy. Again, that was the initial Reaper defense was insanely good. Insane. Meanwhile, when it comes to the mainstream, I think they're still in game 1, right? I have to double check. Yo, let's go. They got Heartsum and Lamb on the casting couch. Let's go. Love to see it. Right, so the mainstream is covered by Steadfast and Pig, but whenever Lambo and Heartsum are available, whenever they're not playing games, like they will be hopping on. Hop on. Covering some matches. Otherwise, we are going to be going on an extended break potentially. We'll have to wait, of course, for the players to get ready. So Trigger and Gerald are going to be preparing, and once they're ready for us, we'll be jumping in. So again, it could be like 10-15 minutes, maybe a little bit longer, maybe a little bit less. It's hard to say, but whenever the players are ready, we'll be jumping into that next match. So we'll see you soon. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water. Someone earlier was asking about the mainstream. I got you. I got you. They're going to be streaming over on Twitch. And link is in the chat. Hola, hermano. Una pregunta. ¿Sabes algo de Enki? No se conecta desde el 29 de octubre. No ha escuchado nada. ¿A dónde está mi Enki? True. Yeah, he didn't cast Pegasus Cup. I'll message him. We'll leave him a message. Make sure he's okay. But for the time being, we're going to be going on a break. So take this time to get some snacks, get some food, check out the mainstream as well. Open up a couple of tabs. Don't leave us completely, Pappy. But the mainstream is going on with ByuN versus Scarlet. Going to be an amazing TVZ matchup. A team kill as well with the Shopify players. So do check that out. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys soon after the break with Trigger and Gerald. See you then. Pappy. See you then. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Stellarfest. Welcome back to the Stellarfest Constellation Cup at day number 1, upper bracket quarterfinals. We are back. I do apologize, or I hope you enjoyed the break. I do apologize for the extended delay, but we have returned with our next series with the final match of the upper bracket before delving into the lower bracket. Up next, PvP between Trigger and Gerald. Again, we just wrapped up with the previous Clem versus Future series, which was very short. it was a very short series, very short matchup between the two players, really fast games. I'm hoping that we can maybe embrace something a little bit longer, something a little bit more in-depth here. We'll see. As we are jumping in, Vitas are done, and we're getting to game 1. It's going to be on ley lines in this best of 3 PvP. Let's go. Let us go. Bienvenidos, share map, happy share map to all in the chat as well, as we are getting into our series. Oh boy. When it comes to the mainstream, I believe they're going to be covering Zaun versus Lambo. I believe Lambo versus Zaun is going to be over on the mainstream. They got you covered there. For now, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the... Oh, we have... oh, I did make some mistakes. But spawning in the bottom left-hand corner... One moment. There we go. Of ley lines, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, top right-hand corner here of ley lines, we have his opponent. We have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Basilisk. It is a Trigger. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our PvP. Let's go. The first mirror matchup of the broadcast. Probes are being sent across the map to scout to confirm, to make sure that everything is on the up and up and that there is no proxy pylon out on the map. So far, so good. So both players do scout, no one sends a probe out to proxy. Looks like standard openers all around, 2 gate versus 2 gates. There we go, 2 gateways here from Gerald, and we are not seeing that out of Trigger. Oh my, okay, Max Packs? is that you, Papi? Oh my god. Trigger going gate, cyber into Stargate into expansion. Greedy build here by Trigger. This is the Max Packs opener, something that is rarely done outside of maps that have a ramp coming into the natural. So this is very greedy, very, very greedy here. And Geralt, he has the option to respond with an all-in. As Geralt, he does pylon block. Above this, we have the initial Zelda on the way. And we'll see if Geralt throws down extra gateways. We'll see if he commits. As Geralt is double checking. There's that Stargate from Trigger. As I mentioned again, gate, cyber into Stargate into a delayed expansion. I say delayed, still into a faster Nexus. Likewise, Trigger also across the map with a pylon block. And the pressure is going to be on Geralt here. I mean, so far is doing well. So far is delaying. the pylon blocks continue, man. Yeah. Let's go. More and more pylon blocks at the same time. So is Trigger doing the same. Stalkers, they do rally across the map. Rally across. Stargate is confirmed. And again, it is on Geralt to try to punish, but it looks like he wants to expand instead. There's a cancellation, and we're getting ready for the Nexus. Here we go. There we go. Bases are being taken. And again, thankfully, thanks to all those pylon blocks, we do have the bases at nearing the same time here, whereas typically Trigger's base should have been much more faster. As we get into our openers, Trigger is going to be able to harass across the map. The Oracle's on the way to harass, to get some economic damage, to take an economic lead. We'll see if he can. See if he can. As we have our take of choice, it's going to be a Twilight Council out of Geralt, a Twilight Council pull-up out of Trigger as well. Working towards Blink. As Oracle breaks in, do we get the sentries? One probe, but last, thankfully, there's a shield battery, and Geralt will defend. Will defend his main base. Of course, he already scouted the Stargate earlier. Meanwhile, only one Oracle. 2 Oracles can one-shot probes, even if there is a shield battery, but Trigger, he doesn't overcommit. just calms down with one. Just one Oracle. Extra gateways on the way, getting up to 3. And again, both players are getting into Blink. Oh, nice catch out of Gerald. Very nice. As the Oracle barely gets away, one shot away from going down. Trigger does escape. Does barely pull away. And from here, the game is slowing down. We had a bit of a more intense start to the game, but now we're slowing things down. Trigger is expanding. Gerald should soon be expanding as well. Hallucinations will be giving Gerald the information he needs to confirm, is my opponent macroing or not? Spots the probe. Does spot the worker. Pylon is on the way, and again, Trigger, he's looking to expand. Gerald, he responds. This is when you kill the hallucination, then you throw down more gateways, but never mind. There's the Nexus, and Gerald he sees. Gerald he sees that he does confirm with the hallucination. Likewise, third base on the way for Gerald as well. But building up into the mid game. No hyper aggression from anyone. Trigger is posturing, but again, pushing up a ramp into an opponent with equivalent army here, it's going to be difficult. So just calming down. When it comes to our tech, when it comes to our deviation, Gerald is going for a faster Robo into a faster Forge, so +1 is going to be faster. Immortal Production and Observer is going to be available here for Gerald as well. So let's make in. Oh, they barely don't have enough to one-shot. There we go, they trade 1 and 1. You trade back and forth. And Trigger his own Forge isn't too far behind. Getting to his own +1. So again, we're slowing things down, we're building up into the mid game. And we were robbed of that last series between Clem and Future. And we're actually embracing that here between Trigger and Gerald. We are getting there. Meanwhile, when it comes to how players evolve here in PvP and how the army compositions do kind of gain value over time and how we progress, it should be Blink Stalkers into Charge Lots. Zealots, they're very cheap. They're very cheap units and they're very effective against Stalkers as they can close that distance, collapse on the Stalkers, and trade well against them, similar to how Lings interact with Stalkers as well. Because the attack rate of the Stalker is so low, Zealots can excel against them. That is typically why after you get into your Charge Lot setup, you want to work towards Archons. That's going to be the answer here to Zealots. I say the answer. Technically, there are certain builds where you can go into Glaive Adepts and be hyper committed with Glaive Adept Immortal. There are also some players that do go into Colossus. Colossus is also an alternative answer to Mass Charge Lot, but the standard response is Archons. Going to the Temple Archives and Archons, there we go. Temple Archives on the way, Archons are on the horizon. Once we get into this more robust kind of Charge Lot Archon Immortal composition with Blink Stalker support, then we can start to think about Disruptors. There are some players that try to skip tech and try to rush into Disruptors. It can be very risky to do so, but I mean, high risk, high reward. That'll be in a later game state. For now, we're getting into that mid game. Temple Archives is done, and Trigger's first wave of High Templar are going to be on the way. Here they come. The first Archon. Now, my concern here is that Gerald, he's of course staying on a lower gas count. He's staying on 3 gases, and his goal here is to try to strike before there are too many Archons. So here we go. Gerald, he does push. Does make in. Yeah, Blinks on in, going for the 4th base. And can he force a cancel? He can. Oh, the base is very low, and Trigger, he saves it. Oh my god. The Archon has arrived. Nice force fields, locks down 2 Zealots. And Trigger, he saves the expansion. More Archons are amassing. And Geralt, he's falling behind tech-wise. Now he throws down the Temple Archives. Again, the plan there was to break the 4th base and to maybe kill his opponent. But Geralt, he misses the timing. He does miss his timing. Ay, ay, ay. Impressive defense here by Trigger. And Geralt, he's still being active. He still has a larger army, true. Still has more Zealots, still has more Stalkers. Geralt, he's still looking for damage. Rotates to the right hand side, and there is an opening. Oh, is spotted. Trigger, he responds. Geralt gets 1, he gets almost 2. Nice revelation. Keen eyes out a trigger. Snaps the observer. And here come the first Archons for Gerald. So we're catching up in tech. Economies are close, quite neck and neck. And although this will come down to the army movements and the army positioning, how the armies do engage and clash with each other. When it comes to how Archons interact with mass zealots, you have to be so careful not to clump up. If you clump up, these Archons will annihilate a zealot army. So you have to be so careful with how you engage. Likewise, you have to be so on point with your target firing. Ideally, the Stalkers focus on the Archons to allow your zealots to break through. Meanwhile, Gerald's out of position. Yeah, fifth base. Fifth base is cancelled. Gerald is racing back home. He's racing back to his third. Trigger's moving in. Does move in. Archons are ready, they're in position. Zealots say dive on said Archons, and these Zealots will melt. Yeah, Gerald's a brutal fight here, he'll lose all the Zealots. More reinforcements on the way, and Trigger, he just overwhelms. A better engagement here, a better setup for Trigger. Again, the wave of the Zealots, they just ran into the Archons, they melt, and Trigger, he'll overwhelm. He'll overwhelm, bring down the army, and look to take a lead in the series. And one fight is all it takes. GG gets called, and Trigger, he will take game number 1. GG. Again, just a really rough engagement there for Gerald. It didn't help that he was out of position, so was racing on over, and because of how he was setting up, the Zealots were leading the charge. The Zealots were the first to engage, and Trigger, his Archons were on the front lines. They were ready for the charge. Zealots, they engaged. The Zealots, they went down immediately, and everything just fell there for Gerald. GG. GG, well played. Trigger does take a lead in the series, and now we're jumping into game number 2. It's going to be on Tokamak. Oh. Let's go. Shall be in the game 2. And I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for a potential ace match here as well, but the pressure is going to be on Gerald. Winding it back, Gerald was also very committed, if you recall, earlier with his charge timing, but he barely did miss it. Crazy that he did not snipe that 4th base either. There was potential, but didn't quite go for the final shot. And Trigger did snowball out of control from there. And now we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. Here we go. Go. But again, there's a lot of care, and you have to be very delicate with your army control when you have those kind of compositions clashing with each other. Ideally, you want to pull back your Zealots. You don't want to aim move them in. You want to pull them back and preserve them. Attack initially with your Stalkers, with your Immortals. Try to bait your opponent's Zealots into your own Archons. It's like a big kind of like game of chicken, where you don't want to send your Zealots in. You don't want to lose them too quickly, and you want to try to bait your opponents out first to engage into your Archons, right? So there's a lot of like posturing typically with those kind of armies. I should say though that like Gerald, he wasn't able to posture because he was out of position. By the time he got to his third, I mean the army was in his third base, right? The army was in his third, so he had to engage as well. It was just a really rough position there for Gerald. As he didn't want to just give up on his expansion. Here we go. But here we go. For now, this time we have a much more standard opener. 2 gates out of Gerald. Likewise, for the first time this series, 2 gates out of Trigger. So 2 gate openers all around. We are waiting for the Cyber Core. Both players throw down their second pylon in the main base as well, so everyone knows that there is no proxy, no shenanigans, and we're waiting for the Cyber Core for the first pairing of units. Is it going to be double Adept, double Stalker, or Stalker Sentry? And we have the answer. Stalker Sentry out of Trigger, Stalker Sentry out of Gerald. So standard openers. Let's go. we had a bit of a passive game 1 leading up to a more explosive mid game, and we're probably going to see the same here as well. Stalker Sentry is indicative of a macro opener. The reasoning for this is because you're going to have 1 less Stalker than a double Stalker opener to be aggressive across the map. You won't be able to harass like Adepts can. Your goal here is hallucination scouts. is a scout across the map to confirm what your opponent's up to. Speaking of, probe is shut down. Nice a probe, but we do see Gerald expanding. A nice pylon block here by Gerald. He delays the Nexus for trigger. Big delay. Will cost Gerald 100 minerals, but will take an economic lead. Slight one. Oh, here we go. He dives in. He confirms attack. He confirms that Twilight Council. Likewise, gets eyes on the main army. Trigger does the same. Spots the tech, spots the army. Is what we're looking for. Likewise, gets eyes on all four all four pylons. Everything looking as it should. From here, we can then decide to throw down extra gateways and commit on 2 bases, or get a third. Speaking of, Trigger is fanning out. Here come more hallucinations. Trigger checking for proxies. He's a little bit paranoid. Meanwhile, a big shout to Gypsy93 in the chat. God, thank you so much. Gypsy, is this the Brood War player, by the way? I could be mistaken, but thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Brood War. There it is. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. The SE for All champion himself. Oh my god. Ay, ay, ay. Este Gypsy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. I hope you had a great time at SE for All. I hope you had a great time in Philadelphia. And thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, one and all. This is not Brood War. This is StarCraft 2. This is another LAN event, another offline event happening not in America, but in Canada. In the Americas, I should say. So in Ottawa, Canada, there's not a StarCraft 2 event going on. Unfortunately, no Brood War. Unfortunately. Would be nice to have the two, of course, like the previous events. But regardless, StarCraft nonetheless. It's amazing, it's beautiful. Does get shut down. 4 pro kills, not bad. But many of the players that were at SE for All did actually travel up to Canada as well to compete in Stellarfest. But thank you so much for the raid. Again, hope you had a great time. Bienvenidos. Este Gypsy. As both players do take their third bases, Trigger does move out. Has the Stalker advantage. And nice so far, nice force field, zones away some of the Stalkers, does sort of step in, and Gerald is getting caught out here. He'll lose everything. Yeah, Gerald forced to engage with a smaller army. Not like this. Gerald, he was taking up, getting to a forge, getting into his robo. And Trigger, he's done it. He has done it. He has broken the back of Gerald. 2 Stalkers left, down to 2. Oh, tells me to go away, but he's going to be chased down to 1, and soon to be down to 0. Down to 0 Stalkers. Again, Gerald, he was taking up. He was otherwise skipping warp ins. Trigger, he was more committed. And he's so close to making Gerald here and now. Oh, so close. So yeah, we're down to 2 Stalkers. 2 left, back to 2 left. Unfortunately, reinforcements take so long to arrive for Trigger. So despite having that army supply lead, they're rolling across the map. He'll get there, man. He'll get there. Oh. Nice blink control. Pulls away, blinks in. Gets 4 probes. Reinforcements have arrived. He's warping in 2 Stalkers at a time. Yeah. And thanks to the defender's advantage, Gerald, can he survive this? Can he save his third? Can he save it? Oh! Yeah, with the help of the Immortal, he can. The Immortal has arrived. And Gerald, he's surviving, he's holding on, just barely. As you mentioned, if he had a proxy pylon, if he had a proxy gateway, if he had some way to reinforce, that should have been game. That should have been. But Gerald holds. He holds, he survives, the third base is up and running. He has comparable economy here to Trigger. The game will continue. Oh, for a bit longer here. Trigger still has momentum. Still up in Stalkers, up in supply. Oh, now he has his own Immortal. Again, it's still a very awkward assault just because reinforcements take so long to arrive, but Trigger, he might still pull this off. Claiming his fourth. Gracias, gracias. Thank you so much. For the anniversary shoutouts. Gracias, gracias. As Trigger pulls away. Okay, let's go. We have a game. We have a back and forth. Of course, Gerald is still on the back foot. He still has some recovering to do, but he's claiming his fourth base, building up on 4 bases here on Tokamak. It can be quite difficult to break a 4-basing player as well, bearing in mind that there are much more defensive features here. There are less attack paths. We have rooks in between the bases, so it's easier to rotate between the 3rd and between the 4th. So easier defensive rotations. And of course, a longer rush distance by ground as well, which you saw come into play. It just looks so long to reinforce. But Trigger still has momentum. Does he have a war? There we go. The War Prism has arrived. He's got his Prism. He can reinforce. He can keep going. Este Trigger. For now, poking in. Getting a read on the army. Spots the Archons. Is where the Immortals. And we're calming down. We're calming down, we're building up. Possible as well that Trigger might just wait for +2. +2 is on the way. Being chroned as we speak. When it comes to the overall compositions, they're quite comparable to each other. Gerald does have a slight lead when it comes to the Immortals, does have less Archons, which is a concern. Especially since Trigger is so Zealot heavy. Archons are that much more important, and so far there's only one. I mean, we saw it last game. Last game, despite how close the supplies were, like one better fight with better Archon positioning, and hey, Trigger, he took it. Yo, we have the Bay on the... Okay, the Bay is on the way. This is a way to recover. Now, because of Trigger's lead, he's maxed. Trigger, he's maxed out. He's at 200 supply. He's pushing here and now. If Gerald can buy some time for Disruptors, that is a way to recover. That's a way to bounce back. It's a way to make up for otherwise supply disparity. But Gerald needs time. And I don't know if he has any. Ay, ay, ay. As they'll say charge in. Some of the Archons are actually engaging here, but Gerald, 2 Archons not doing anything. Yeah, rough positioning here. Rough positioning, rough engage. Trigger, he has done it. He just barrels on through. Breaks the main army, takes down the Immortals. And with that Trigger, he will claim the series. We're going to advance on into tomorrow's broadcast day, into the next round. GG gets called. Trigger will take the 2-0. He advances on to the upper bracket semifinals. GG. GG, well played. Again, just a shaky defense early on by Gerald. They were even, they were neck and neck, of course, but Trigger did have extra warp-ins. He was that much more aggressive, that much more committed. Winding it back, Gerald, he was investing into further tech, into his Forge, into his Robo, into further upgrades, and he got caught with his pants down. It was really intense moment early on. I want to say Trigger had a 4-stalker lead. I think it was around 4 stalkers over his opponents, and Trigger, he was able to win the fight at the 3rd base, push in towards the natural, killed a couple of workers as well, took a lead, barely didn't kill Gerald, but did take a lead nonetheless, right? He took his lead, he maintained his lead as well, snowballed out of control. Towards the end there, he was maxed out, 200 supply, and Gerald could not stop him. It was bold. Gerald, he was working towards Disruptors. That is a way to recover, but he didn't quite get there. Didn't quite get there. GG. GG, well played. And with that, Trigger, he does advance on, and we have an all Canada upper bracket semi. Oh my god. Exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Quickly catching up with the bracket here, you can see in the upper semifinals, Clem, of course, we covered his match earlier. Clem took down Future 2-0. Clem, he's still waiting for the winner of Zaun and Lambo. Meanwhile, Scarlet took down ByuN 2-0. Trigger took down Gerald, and we have Scarlet versus Trigger in the upper bracket semis. I mean, for a Canadian tournament, you couldn't ask for something better than this. I mean, especially considering ByuN was heavily favored. I'll say that. ByuN was favored against Scarlet, so for Scarlet to bring down ByuN, that was a massive win. I would say an upset, and that leads into what we have now. Canada versus Canada. Scarlet versus Trigger. Let's go. Let's go. So great to see that representation in the upper bracket, especially for a Canadian LAN event. And that also confirms a Canadian player into the upper bracket finals as well. True. Does confirm. Meanwhile, when it comes to other results coming in, the mainstream they're covering Lambo versus ZyuN. Lambo is up 1-0 versus ZyuN. Yo, what's happening right now? Oh my god. The jet lag is kicking in. ByuN underperforming, ZyuN struggling against Lambo. Oh my god. And of course, I should also emphasize that if you're a fan of Gerald, do not worry, do not fret. Gerald is still in the tournament. He's still in the tournament. It is double elimination. I just did update the bracket. Gerald, he does get knocked down to face off against Harstem. So Gerald versus Harstem, PvP in the lower bracket. Likewise, there's ByuN versus Maples, also in the lower brackets. We have Future versus Foxer, and Mixu is still waiting for his opponent, waiting for the loser of ZyuN and Lambo. They flew those players in. Nice. Yes, there were some qualifiers. There were some online qualifiers which did lead into paid flights for the players. So ZyuN, ByuN, Clem, like some of these more international players were able to take part and compete and be a part of this event as well. Not just them, Gerald, Mixu. Despite the event being in Canada, we do have some international representation. International players. To be honest, I want to see ByuN versus Trigger. I mean, they still might play against each other. ByuN is still in the tournament as well, but you know, ByuN, he has to work for it. See Rocker in the chat. Este Rocker. I feel like Trigger should have attacked as soon as he got War Prism and Charge on +1. I mean, I do think that there was a window where he could have been more aggressive earlier, but I mean, as we saw, he just played it safe, right? Just go to his 4th base, maxed out. I don't necessarily think there was a wrong answer for Trigger there, just because of his lead. No wrong answer. Lambo won the King of the Hill. Oh, there you go. There you go. Week of Lambo. I mean, Lambo said this himself. Like, Lambo, he's a player that does rely a lot on motivation, or does need something to motivate him to compete and to improve. He has mentioned this before, and the fact that we have, or that he's been traveling and looking to compete in an offline tournament like this, I'm sure this has motivated him to practice quite hard leading up to this. Like he said it before, where if there's like no major tournament to look forward to, like his practice does suffer, like his results do suffer, and he doesn't necessarily commit as hard. So yeah, I'm sure that, you know, looking forward to this offline event has kind of given him that motivation to just like hunker down, to grind, of course. And so far, looking good. Este Lambo. Otherwise, with that, we are wrapping up the upper brackets. We're almost done with the broadcast here with day 1 of the stream. Actually, I should switch us back for a moment at least. So up next on the channel, right now, the main stream, they're covering Lambo versus ZyuN, and that's going to be it for the upper brackets. If you want to tune into Scarlet versus Trigger or Clem's next series, that'll be tomorrow. That will be tomorrow, not today. So Scarlet and Trigger, they're done for the day. They can take a break, they can get to rest, they can go get some food and chill and enjoy the rest of Ottawa, enjoy the rest of Canada, until, of course, tomorrow's broadcast. Once the upper bracket is wrapped up, we are going to be heading down to the lower brackets and focusing on those matches. So I don't yet know what we're going to be covering. Because with the B stream, we're going to be waiting for the main stream to pick and choose. So it'll be Gerald versus Harstem and ByuN versus Maples. Most likely the mainstream will be avoiding mirror matchups, so I can hazard a guess what we're going to cast. We're most likely to be casting Future versus Foxer and Gerald versus Harstem. I can see us covering the PvP and the TvT. Which I wouldn't blame the mainstream, but Like usually, you do want to avoid mirror matchups whenever you can. It's usually how things go. So they'll probably give them to us. That's just my speculation. We don't have confirmation yet, but most likely what's coming next. So up next on the channel is going to be the lower brackets, the lower bracket round 1, and then lower bracket round 2. So 2 rounds of lower bracket still yet to be broadcasted here tonight, and then we'll be wrapping up for the day. Just as a heads up. And of course, be back tomorrow for day 2 and the grand finals of Stellarfest. Oh boy. Los Gran Finales, Patrick. Gran Finales. Haters of mirrors. I mean, usually the non-mirror matchups are just more dynamic and more fun. Usually, not always, of course. Like I have my own fondness for I like all the matchups, of course. Wouldn't cost as much stock as we do if we didn't, but it's usually how things trend. For now, though, I guess we're going to be going on a break. Going to be going on an extended break here, so take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water. Check out the mainstream. The mainstream, again, they are covering Down versus Lambo. Do support them. Do check them out. And we'll see you guys soon after the break with some more matches with the lower brackets. See you soon. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the first day here of the Stellarfest Constellation Cup day number 1. Here we go. We are here. We have returned here with the lower bracket. We just wrapped up with the upper bracket. We have confirmed top 4 players up there to compete tomorrow in day number 2, in that final day of the mainstream. But we're here to find out which is going to be the first player to be eliminated from this tournament. We're down here in the lower bracket, and we have our TBT between Future and Foxer. No longer do they have that safety net underneath them. No longer do they have that second lower bracket. This is it. Their final lives are on the line to compete and to go and strive further in this tournament. Oh boy, the pressure is on, and we're getting into an NA versus NA TVT. Let's go. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on ley lines. Vetoes are done, of course. We're jumping into that first game. Meanwhile, the mainstream, they're going to be covering their own series. I'll be honest, I'm not entirely certain as to which series they're going to be covering. I'm not entirely certain here. But check out the mainstream, of course, over on Orsa TV_esports, as we are jumping into game number 1. Let's go, Bobby, let's go. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran. We have the American Terran representing Maturino Esports. It is the Future. I'll fix up the players. Un momento. There we go. And spawning in the bottom, in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the yellow Terran player. We have the yellow Terran himself, also from the land of the Americas. It is Foxer. So quickly do fix up his colors. And if you're in the chats, prediction time. It's Gamba time, Bobby. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our TVT. Oh, and we do have a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything is okay. Again, this is an offline event, so again, there are sometimes some external factors. Sometimes settings may be wrong. There may be a technical issue with one of the PCs, with the sounds, with the microphones, or sorry, I should say with the headsets even. So more than happy to just give them a moment and make sure that everything is as it should be coming into our series. Meanwhile, when it comes to our TVT, we did assume that we would be getting the TVT as well. Typically, we'd be focusing on said mirror matchups, and it's going to be an interesting one. Foxer was looking very impressive during the RSL Season 3 qualifiers. If you remember, we did cover them, and we did cover Foxer versus Bunny in a Terran versus Terran matchup, and Foxer was looking like a beast. He almost 2-0'd, by the way. He almost 2-0'd Bunny. It was a crazy series, a crazy back and forth. Bunny, he was able to recover after falling far behind in Game 2, after being down 1-0 as well in the series, and Foxer was making mistakes. I'll be honest, Foxer, it looked like nerves got to him. Like he was ahead, he was up 1-0, he almost 2-0'd, like he was in a commanding position, and he started making mistakes, he started slipping up a little bit here and there, and eventually Bunny did recover. So that's one of those things where Foxer maybe has a little bit less experience, especially compared to some of these other veteran players, and hopefully he can tighten things up here, as I'm sure he doesn't really have as much experience in an offline setting as someone like Future. But let's go. Let us go. I do want to believe he can take it to him, of course, and we can have a back and forth series. Let's go. For now, double gas opener out of Future, double gas out of Foxer as well. We are opening up, getting into faster factories. So faster factory, delayed a CC here from both players, more tech heavy starts, more safer builds. We're gonna go full ladder in A. I don't know about that. I'll be honest. Like, a Future can be a very spicy player, but in TVT, I can see these two slowing things down, and I'm a little bit afraid that Foxer. We've seen him play mech before. I'm a little bit afraid. We have seen him embrace mech in the past. Would he do it here? Maybe. Future as well. I can see this series going the distance and being quite long. We've had some fast games today. Some really fast games. So far, though, we're just getting into our openers. No SCV scouts, which is standard. SCV scouts are quite rare in TVT. Reapers are moving out. Likewise, you have to be so careful with your initial Reaper. If you lose your first Reaper, I mean, things can very quickly escalate out of hand and out of control. Foxer is checking for a proxy. Meanwhile, Future, he commits across the map. Bold move out of Future. Uh-oh. Again, he has to be so careful. Checks for the natural. Future does shoot first. Yeah, he shoots first, and Future, he will overwhelm. Brutal there. First Reaper goes down. Future takes a lead. And Future has a CC on location. Foxer, his is on the high ground. And forced to be on the high ground. SCV's under fire. Can he get it? He can! Oh my god, SCV goes down. Reaper does pull away. And will escape. Wow, he will escape. Second Reaper arrives to reinforce. Oh god, no, no, don't chase! No, Foxer. Does pull back, thankfully has a reinforcing Hellion. Ooh. Does survive. Does hold. But overall, better start for Future. Future, he was able to pick off the SCV, pick off the initial Reaper. Going back in once again, disrupting the build, disrupting the production. Does pull away, and again he has a faster CC. It's almost done. Almost complete. The Future, calm down, baby, calm down. Behind this, going for the early medevac into early drop play. So medevac, tank production as well. Future, it looks like he wants to be hyper aggressive here and rally across the map. Future wants to keep the pressure up. Wants to keep that momentum. Meanwhile, Foxer back at home is getting to his own safety cyclones. Diving on the tank. Reaper goes down. The tank is holding its own. Hellions, they try to go for the mineral line. They get one SCV. They get one. They get one worker. That was one worker for 2 Hellions and 2 Reapers. A better trade here for Future. Likewise, Future scouts a Cyclone, and here comes the drop. Now, on the plus side, at least the tank is weakened, right? The tank is a little bit softened up here because of that early aggression, but it may not matter depending on where we siege up. As Future, he wants that Cyclone. Medevac boosts in. Oh, let's go. We got Castro Park, baby. Let's go. Let's go. That was Foxer, by the way. Oh. Cyclones, they lock on. Nice control the other Future. He breaks the lock on. Breaks the lock on, pulls away, looking for more damage. Foxer, he gets his own tank. And we're getting within range of the factory. Getting within range. Factory's under fire. The Raven does take a couple of hits. Foxer pulls away, but he's out of range. He is out of range. Future is still rallying everything across the map. Second tank is on the way. Can he get the factory? Oh! Okay, doesn't siege. Future sees a lift, pulls away. Lock-on was not broken. Extra damage. Future rotates over. He does not have disable. Bear that in mind. And so far, Foxer is holding. Behind this, Future is getting a third CC. Third CC is on the way. Likewise, same with Foxer. Foxer, he does have disable on his Ravens, so he can actually break through that siege line. Yeah, we have the unsiege. Future has to get the hell out of here. Oh! Thinks about the disables. Thinks about it. Very tense. Future up to 4 tanks. Jesus. He has double the tank count. Likewise, he has triple Ravens. He has water turrets. Future still sharking around. And does he find an opening? Oh! Does take a tank shot to the face. His first tank is going to go down. And miscontrol here by Future. He'll lose one tank, and he may lose the others. Future does hold. Future is holding on, but again, he did bleed out one of those tanks. Fox just keeping up. But now he's out of disables. Oh no. Yeah, he's out of disable energy. He has one auto turret. Tanks are sieging up. They're within range of the CC. That's all he needs. He just wants a command center. As a 4th tank has arrived. CC's on fire. Are we gonna lift? Up! Oh no! Jesus. It does pull the boys. Going for the mass repair. 5th tank has arrived. And Foxer's going for it. He's going for it. He does pull the boys. Dives into 5 tanks. Oh my god. Auto turrets get thrown down, and Future will break through. He'll break through, will shut down this army, and Future will snowball out of control. He will break the 3rd base, and he's going for the kill. Lands the Vikings. Final tank will fall. And Future didn't lose any tanks. GG gets called. Future takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A hyper-aggressive style here out of Future, just never backing off. There were some moments here where Fox was able to get the tank, for example, but it was crucial that he ran out of energy. His Ravens, they ran out of energy. He could no longer disable any of the tanks. He was vulnerable. Likewise, he was late to the rotation. What I'm talking about, what I mean, is that Future, he was able to rotate to the left-hand side and get within range of the CC. He was able to get within range before Foxer could react, and with that, that did kind of confirm that the CC would have to be lifted, that there'd have to be a reaction, that Foxer would fall behind economically, as he would otherwise lose the CC, lose that 3rd base. So Future, he forced Foxer's hand. GG. GG, well played. With that, Future does take a lead in the series, and now we're getting to game number 2 on a very rare map, by the way, the most vetoed map of the map pool. We're going to be loading into Last Fantasy for one of the last times as well. One of the last times. Let's go. For those that are unaware, the new map pool, sorry, the TLMC 21 results are in, so they are in, and we should be getting the new map pool in a couple of days. A couple of days' time. So cherish these maps while you can. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Last Fantasy, we have the... Okay, he's not yellow anymore. God damn it. There we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Last Fantasy, we have the red Terran player, the American Terran, leading the series 1-0. It is Future. And spawning in the top side of Last Fantasy, we have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran, the American Terran. It is Foxer. Here we go. Whew. So we're getting into game number 2 here again. Last Fantasy is a 3-player spawn map. 3 possible spawn locations, shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression can be favored here, for sure. Where can I see the future map pool? If you check out TL.net, I think it was a couple of hours ago, less than 24. I think it was like maybe 12 hours ago. We did have the results of the TLMC map pool, or sorry, the TLMC 21. The map contest, they are in, and we have 3 maps confirmed. It's going to be Celestial Enclave, Mothership, and 10,000 Feet, which those were the obvious ones. Like, I did predict, we had our predictions that those would be the top 3 maps. Mothership is the 3-player spawn map, Celestial Enclave is the macro map, and 10,000 Feet is the rush map. Oh my god, speaking of rush, Jesus. 3-Rack Reaper, let's go. 3-Rack Reaper's on the way. Future, he is going to commit quite hard here, and Foxer has no idea. No SCV Scout, of course. No SCV Scouts. Does open up double gas, thankfully going for a safe opener. It's not uncommon to see a greedier build here on Last Fantasy. Not uncommon. Also, I should emphasize as well, it was confirmed that the new map pool is going to be 9 fresh maps. There was a poll on Reddit. Wax, basically, he did make a public poll asking the people whether or not they wanted 7 new maps or 4 new maps, like what kind of combination of new and old they wanted, and I think in the end did settle on 9 fresh maps. And again, Wax did say that in a couple of days they will announce the full map pool. The full map pool of what's coming. For now, though, we're maxing Reapers. Winding it back here, focusing on the game itself, we do have 3x Mass Reaper here from Future. He's keeping them close to the chest. So far, Foxer has no idea, and we're still backing up more Reapers. And the goal would be to lure Foxer in. Oh no! He gets lured in. Does get lured in, and the Hellion takes a lot of hits. Foxer does race back home. He's pulling back. And he needs more Hellions. More Hellions, more Reapers. They're amassing back at home. Now, Hellions, of course, they do have splash damage, so if Future lines up his Reapers, then he may just be shut down. So he has to be careful with his movement. Delays the CC. Nice pickup. Does delay. 3 Hellions are out. With 3 Hellions, folks, they should be fine. Yeah, they should be fine here. He zones away. The CC will complete, and Folksher does hold. And again, it was fortunate, of course, that Folksher did open up double gas. Double gas, faster factory, earlier Hellion production. Folksher does hold. Well, meanwhile, this 3-max turning into a 3-max stim timing. Okay. Stim is on the way as a follow-up. Future is not done. Oh. Yes, Future does pull away. So far, bleeding out more Reapers, trying to buy some time, dragging the army towards the corner of the map. But Future should lose these Reapers, and so far the opener wasn't really worth it. He delayed the CC, but that's all he achieved, really. So a better start for Folksher. Future, he's in danger, he's in trouble. As Folksher does rally. And remember, there's no bunker, no tanks behind this. No Cyclones, vanilla Marines. Nice catch. Ooh, Bailey doesn't get the Marauder. The Liberator into the main. No mining in the main base either. Folksher is doing well. Does have the slightly better economy. Going into Speed Banshees. Speed Banshees on the way. Tanks as well. There is a chance here that we might see a second factory. Hello, Folksher. We'll keep an eye on him. Does dip in. Oh, has to protect the Marines. Stim is done. Yeah, with Stim finishing up. Nice target firing. Does focus on every single Hellion. And Future holds. Future holds on again. Very nice target firing. No bunker either. Impressive defense. Third CC. So 3 CC after the cloak. Okay, after the Speed Banshees. Nutmeg. ByuN. 2 more ranks is getting to a ByuN setup. But again, a much faster third base for Folksher. And what does Future have? Stim, right? Future has Stim, he has Combat Shield, he has the heavier bio count. Moves out with his drop, they do pass by each other. The main base is exposed, there are 2 tanks at the natural. Let's rotate in. And he has to respect the tank. Likewise, it's going to be 5 SCVs across the map. Banshee does pop off. Second Banshee's on the way. Trying to force friendly fire, but again, Folksher's all over this. Future, he's rallying, sending everything across. Again, there's still a window in time where Future does have the superior Marine production or Marine counts. The Marine Army with Stim. But breaking a turtling player with 4 tanks is not going to be easy. He's going for it. Okay. I mean, some of the tanks are on siege, true. Folksher, he does move to the ramp. Doomdrop comes in, going for the mineral line. And does siege up. It does manage to siege. 1 tank will be targeted. Nice pick up. Does get the tank in. Is he within range of Stim? He is! Okay. Stim is denied. Nice pick up. Oh no! What about? There we go. Yeah, Stim is denied. Marines, they get behind the mineral line. They deny 1-1 as well. And Folksher is going to be stuck with vanilla Marines for so long. Denied upgrades, all of them actually. Future shells away at the starport. Yeah, that Liberator is not going to pop out. Support floats away. We have a secondary army here pushing towards the left-hand side. This third base is exposed. And again, this drop was well worth it here, getting both the base and the tech lab and denying mining. It doesn't get too many SCVs. Fox is in position. Future dropping towards the natural. Boys are being pulled. Boys are being pulled into the Stim Marines. Oh, God, no! Into the Stim Marines. And every single SCV is going to be going down. Massive losses here for Foxer. Aye, he'll lose all the tanks. Bro tanks go down. 23 SCVs. And Future is doing it. Future is doing it. He's just pulling Foxer apart. So Marines are in the natural. Marines in the third. Aye. Foxer. As this is critical damage. This is game-ending damage at this point. It wasn't a bad start for Foxer either. But wasn't able to keep up with the drop play. With the Doom drop. Main base floats over. There's Marines there as well. Everything's flashing red. Yo, fuck. As the third base will fall. It's a kill. Main base likewise also catching fire. Also goes down. Foxer is down to 1 expansion, 1 orbital. Oh no! The boys! The boys, they run through the Marines. They run through the bio. They just want to get back home, papi. Leave them alone. And with that, that is going to be another 20? Another 20 SCVs plus mules. Oh no. 54 workers going down this game. Foxer is down to 8 workers in his mineral line. Future, he stims in. Not the most efficient fight here, but he stims in. He breaks the tank. There's nothing left. A stim will never finish. GG, well played. And Future, he'll advance on into the next round. GG. GG, well played. Future does advance on to the next round in lower brackets. My condolences to Foxer. As Foxer, he is knocked out of Stellarfest. GG, well played. My condolences to Foxer here. Again, he didn't have a bad start. Remember, he shut down the Reapers. He shut down the Reapers. He was able to build up his faster natural base. He had 4 tanks to defend, but tanks are stationary, and he didn't see the drop, right? It's like in a head-on fight, Foxer had more. Like, Foxer would win a head-on fight, but alas, he didn't quite see the drop coming into the main base. His army was idle in between his bases. We saw that Future was able to siege up in time behind the mineral line, and he shut down all the mining, all the upgrades, everything. And Foxer, he had no response to that. He had no setup, and he fell from there. Did fall from there. GG, well played. Impressive, quote-unquote, comeback there from Future, making use of his stim, making use of his medevacs. Impressive play. GG. GG. And with that, let's see what's been going on. What's been happening over on the mainstream, by the way? Again, I wasn't too certain what they were covering. What's happening? They were covering the PvP. Oh, okay. Let's go. They're covering the Protoss vs. Protoss between Harstem and Gerald. Harstem is up 1-0 versus Gerald. Which means we get to cast a non-mirror matchup at the end. We get let's go. Let's go. All right, let's catch up. Let's catch up in the bracket here. Let's see where we are and where we are headed. Okay, so once again, we did mention how the upper bracket did conclude. We have Lambo taking down Zown. Impressive win there for Lambo. So we have Lambo, Clem, Scarlet, and Trigger. They are the top 4 players of the tournament, and they will be competing tomorrow in tomorrow's broadcast over on the mainstream. So they have the day off. They have the rest of the night off. They can get some food, get some rest, kick back, and just watch the rest of the games. Meanwhile, the lower brackets. The lower bracket has been progressing. We do have Future. Future takes down Foxer. Future is in the 2nd round of the lower brackets. He's waiting for the winner of Zown and Mixu. Meanwhile, Harstem is up 1-0 versus Geralt. The winner of that goes up against the winner of ByuN and Maples. When it comes to our next series, basically, once the mainstream does decide what they want to cover, what they want to cover, we will either be covering ByuN versus Maples, or we'll be covering Zown versus Mixu. I feel like it would make sense for the mainstream to cover ByuN and Maples. One, ByuN, he's one of the favorites for the tournament. Like, he's a very high caliber player. Two, Maples, he's, you know, one of the the home crowd heroes, right? Like, Maples, he is a Canadian player as well, so it would make sense for the mainstream to cover ByuN versus Maples. So most likely we're going to be covering Zhao versus Mixu. Most likely, but we'll wait for confirmation, of course. We will wait. Until then, we have some downtime. We have some downtime waiting for the other matches to conclude. We're lying wait. Just catching up in the chat. Where's the mainstream? Un momento. There we go. Are doing Zhao versus Mixu next? I would assume so, but we don't have confirmation yet, so we don't know. We don't know. How are the bunnies? They're asleep right now. They're asleep. They're sleeping. Yeah. At this point, the bunnies, they are 4 months old at this point. Hold on. No. Yeah. We're coming up on 5 months old for the bunnies, and they are hitting puberty. They're hitting puberty. That's definitely something that did start happening maybe a couple of weeks ago, maybe like 2 weeks ago, a week ago. Relatively recently. The hormones have been raging. Yeah. But they've been good. They've been good. Have been good. They are little gremlins. Yes, they are. They are. Oh no. There's been a lot of the bunnies. When I say bunnies, I mean bunny. One of them marking territory quite a bit. And digging a lot, and being very energetic, and being very hormonal. Shaking my head, Chi-Chi, shaking my head. We fixed up, bunny? No, yeah, we plan to as well. It's just they're quite young, so gonna wait a little bit before that happens. I'm most likely gonna be doing that in around January. We're gonna hopefully we're gonna be waiting until they're around 6 months, just to like reduce any kind of complications. Just waiting for them to be like a little bit older, just to make sure they're okay. Yeah. So like around end of December, January sort of time. Do you do bunny walkies? No. Not yet. No. They free roam the room. But not going on walkies. But they're very cute. Very cute. Beautiful. But for the time being. Is that Speed Banshee? Yes. Oh, yo, Esther Isaac in the chat. Yes. It was a Speed Banshee. Esther Isaac. Good to see you, Papi. Good to see you. I got you. For now, though, we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a break. We are. Oh, as I think the mainstream just finished. Actually, did they just wrap up? As the mainstream, they're covering Hearthstone versus Gerald, and once they are done, we will have our next series, so we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we will have our next matchup. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. Oh, see you soon, Pappy. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Stellarfest. Welcome back to the Stellarfest Constellation Cup, day number 1 B stream. It's been a long and intense broadcast already. We have already wrapped up the upper bracket for the day, and now we're here to determine who is going to be the next player to be eliminated from the tournament. We already said goodbye to Foxer. We've said goodbye to Gerald, as Harson did knock Gerald out 2-0 over on the mainstream, and now there are 2 series left here in the first round of the lower bracket. We're going to be covering ByuN versus Mixu. Likewise, the mainstream, we're going to be covering ByuN versus Maples. Oh boy, we're about to say goodbye to 2 more players. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the Finnish Zerg player himself, the Teal Zerg. It is Mixu. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the South Korean Brodos player with the red Brodos. Representing Team Vitality, it is Zaun. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our ZVP. Oh boy, the second last series of the broadcast. There were some people that were speculating earlier, but yes, we are covering 7 series in total. There's 1 more match after this one, as we're going to be covering this second round in the lower bracket today as well. That will be the final series of the broadcast, as you already have both Future and Harsum waiting for their opponents. True. Future and Harsum are waiting. Which series we cover, yet to be determined. Yet to be determined. I don't think this is the wrong answer. I don't think there's like a bad series there. But for now, we do see Mixu force like the unnatural natural. Hatchcast pull out of Mixu. Meanwhile, Zaun going for his own gate expand, or if not gate cyber expand. There we go, gate expand and cyber core. Standard openers all around. From here, welcome to Incorporeal. Incorporeal is one of the larger maps of the map pool. Incorporeal has a pretty defendable 4-base setup as well. We spoke about this previously, how we do commonly see players wall off and wall up their 3rd bases and keep their armies in position in between the entrance of the natural and the 4th to defend and to shut down attempted all-ins. We actually began the broadcast with Mixu earlier today, with Mixu attempting to and failing to all-in Gerald on this very map, so we'll see if Mixu goes with the same style or if he does adjust and do something different. Now, in Mixu's previous series against Gerald, we saw nothing but aggressive all-ins. Game 1, we saw Mixu go for a 3-base, go for a 4-base lair tech all-in with Lingbane Hydra, fail to break his opponent and get outscaled throughout the course of the game. Game 2, we saw a German Taxi. We saw a German Taxi cutting workers at 3-base saturation at 63. It was at 63 drones going into Overlord speed, into Drop Lords, into that German Taxi, which likewise Gerald did shut down as well on ley lines. It was a very impressive defense there out of Gerald. So this time we'll see if Mixu's aggressive tendencies continue here against Zaun. Zaun, of course, coming in as arguably one of the favorites for the entire tournament, but we've had some crazy results here so far in the playoffs. ByuN got knocked out earlier, Zaun got knocked out earlier as well. For ByuN and Zaun to be in the lower bracket, I don't think anyone expected that. And they're also close to being eliminated. Crazy, really crazy. As that does shade in. And should get at least one. Oh, there we go. One drone goes down. Shades away. Now we're up to 2. 2 Adepts taking one-shot workers. The aggression does continue. It is a Stargate opener out of Zaun. Stargate into Oracle. Standard opener. Does get into a standard start. Shading to the main base. So once again, they'll throw in the mineral line. And once again, we'll get more drones. Yeah, 2 more drones going down. That's going to be 3 drone kills in total. And a Ling. 2 Lings. 3. Oh, almost. Oh, casito. As the Adept is finally going to be cleaned up, but so far 3 drone kills, a handful of Zerglings for 2 Adepts, not a bad start, and we're not done. The Oracle does move out as well as Zaun expands. Zaun should be expanding. Likewise, Mixu moves out to delay the expansion. Oracle moves in. Spore is not yet done. Queens are in position. Despite that, another 2 drone kills. Another 2 drones, and Zaun, he's going into Glaives. We have Gateways on the way. Twilight Council as well. Late 3rd base out of Zaun. If you were here previously for Zaun versus Raynor in RSL, what did Zaun do? He beat Raynor in a best of 7 with non-stop Glaive Adepts. With different variations, to be fair. There were like 4 different variations of Glaive Adept builds, and Raynor could not keep up. He could not handle the mass Glaives. That was earlier this year, like what, 2 months ago at this point in Season 2 of RSL, and we're seeing a return of that form here with Glaives. I'm making the assumption, of course, that we're going into 4-gate Glaives into the Adepts. Yep, there it is. There it is. So 4-gate Glaive Adepts. Now Mixu, he is somewhat aware of what's going on. That's why we have a safety Roach Warren. What I mean by that, Mixu did not get into the bases, but he did see the lack of 3rd, right? The 3rd base is suspiciously late for Zaun, so Mixu knows that something's wrong, right? Something is wrong, something doesn't add up. He's playing it safe, getting +1 range, +1 melee, but also getting a safety Roach Warren here to survive. To defend. Likewise, nice Sim City here as well. One more Eva Chamber to fully wall off. Oh, is it also mining? Nice mining in the main base. And again, the pressure is on Adepts. They're going to be banking in between the bases. You can see them here in between the main base and the natural. The initial Adepts moving out is not, or it is normal. It's not abnormal, I should say. Isn't a tell. Not yet. Ooh, Zaun is going to get surrounded here. Never mind. Oracles of support, Adepts, they maintain themselves, and here comes the push. Here come the Glaives. The Glaives now done. Roach production has begun. We have 8 Roaches in production. Mixu needs a little bit more time, and Adepts, they shade into the natural. Where's the wall? Yeah, the wall nowhere to be found. The wall is open. Drones are falling. Ooh, and this is getting a little bit out of hand here. Getting 7 drone kills already. Shading into the main base at the same time. Oracles, they do hit the 3rd. More drones are falling. This is becoming critical damage. 13 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. And remember, behind this, it's a 1-2 punch. Remember, this is not an all-in. Xian, he's taking up into +1, into Blink, into a Gateway Explosion, into a 3-base Saturation. And that is going to be 17 drones going down. Critical damage. That should not have happened. Again, Mixu had potential to fully wall up, but wasn't able to in time. And Mixu, he does fall behind. And now he's, I mean, he might just go for an all-in. He's spreading creep. Plus on melee, about to finish. Roach speed is on the way. And Mixu, he knows that he's behind. Like, he knows he's in a brutal position here. Getting to +1 range. He's droning up somewhat. Xian checks for a 4th base. There is no 4th. From here, Xian can just play safe. Revelations on the army. And Xian is getting ready. We've got 4 shield batteries. 4 shield batteries at the 3rd. Likewise, plenty of Blink Stalkers. Robo for Immortal production. Again, he with the Revelations, he's fully aware of the mass Roach army that's coming. He knows. He sees. And he confirms. He does confirm. There's our first Immortal. Immortals, they will shut this down. We have Charge on the way to support. And Xian is being proactive. Gets 2 links. Can he get the Ravager? Does. The Ravager goes down. Nice pick up here by Xian. From here, he pulls away. We got some key pickoffs so far. Out of Xian. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for the Protoss. As Mixu is completely all in. And pulls away. He pulls away. We have Burrow on the way, Tunneling Claws. Interesting variation here by Mixu. Very interesting. There is detection though with the Observer and with the Revelations. Observer spots the army. Xian, he reacts. We have Roaches ready for a run by. Goes up. Prime Mix is keeping up. Yeah, Lings they peel up into what's natural. Roaches they do get into the mineral line. Nice moves out of Mixu. Roaches they get in. Probes are going down. Xian was out of position. Yeah, all good defense here for Xian. 10 probe kills, not bad. Este Mixu. 10, 11 probe kills here. Roaches are still active. Oh, I spoke too soon. There's the Revelation. The 13 probes. Not a bad amount of damage. Meanwhile, where's the Observer? Ah, it's in between. It's in between the bases. Oh no, the Roaches. He gets spotted. Yeah, he gets spotted. Massive blink. Roach is going to be shut down. Ay, ay, ay. And makes sure he'll lose most, if not all, of this army. Xian does give chase, and Mixu will lose everything. The Roaches, the Ravagers, it all does go down. Ay, ay, ay. He gambled it all, going for the Tunneling Claw Roaches. Did get some harassing damage at least, but oh god. It was not worth it. Mixu plummets in supply. Remember, Mixu he has inflated army supply because of the Roaches. So it's looking even worse than what it seems. Xian is even that much more ahead. +2 just finished up, so Xian he has the upgrade advantage. Mixu, he's trying to tech up here. He's working towards a 4th base, but the 4th base is so delayed. Roaches, they're burrowing in. Oh. They don't burrow. Stalkers are in position. Stalkers, they will defend. Sandy turns everything back around. Turns around. Now here comes the main push. This time he has cannons back at him to defend, so he has plenty of detection. And here come how many Stalkers? 40. Okay. 40 Stalkers. Let's go. Against 18 Roaches and 18 Hydras. the 40 Stalkers that he blinks in, he can just dive on the army. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even care. He can just steamroll in, and Mixu's army just melts. Ooh, blinking up forward, diving on the Ravagers, diving on the Hydras. We have more reinforcing Hydras behind this. And they're trading well for themselves, but it's still not going to be enough. Down to 2, down to 1. Down to the final Hydras. GG gets called, and down he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG will play. Zhao will take a lead in the series. Again, Mixu had a very rough start, unfortunately. Zhao, he went into 4 Gateclave Adepts as a follow-up after the Stargates, went for a delayed 4 Gateclaves as well. And Mixu, he did have the tools to defend. He was working on his SimCity. He had roaches on the way, but he barely wasn't ready in time, and those Adepts dealt critical damage. There's a reason why, I mean, they forced the all-in, right? Mixu, he took so much damage, he had to go for the all-in. It was the only answer, the only option. But again, he took so much damage, it was weakened, and Zhao was getting ready for the counterattack with the Mass Blink Stalker, and with the Immortal production as well. So very nice play there by Zhao. Did force the all-in, likewise was hit enough to shut it down as well, and now we're getting into game number 2. We're loading into game 2 here, the pressure is on, and we'll see if Mixu can recover and bounce back, as game 2 is going to be on Ley Lines. We go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the South Korean Protoss player. So we have switched sides. Lovely. We have the South Korean Protoss. We have the Teal Protoss representing Team Vitality, leading the series 1-0. It is Zhao. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Finnish Zerg player. We have the Yellow Zerg. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. The pressure is on. It is Mixu. Here we go. Go. Ooh, as we are getting into our standard setup here. Again, Hatch Gas Pool at a Mixu, standard opener, likewise Zhao setting up on the low ground as well. Here we go. So from here, we're calming down, we're slowing things down here. And again, Zhao, last game, he was the one that did have a little bit more flair to his build, going for the initial standard Stargate opener, but then hiding that Twilight Council, going for the gateways and going for glaives. So our eyes are going to be on Zhao to see if he does go for a standard build this time or something more sinister. Eyes are on Zhao. Likewise, it's going to be up to Mixu to react, to respond, and to minimize losses and have a tighter early game here. To have a cleaner defense. As once again, Stargate open out of Zhao. Let's go for the Stargate. Everything's looking normal. Likewise, Mixu claiming his third base. And our eye is going to be on that third base timing from the Protoss. Gonna be on Zhao. Zhao does threaten a shade. Just keeping tabs on Mixu. Does commit. Yeah, he commits in. Remember, he can two shots. He can two shot drones, and there we go. One drone is gonna fall. Gets one. Up. Can he get two? He can. He can get three. Oh my god. Yeah, he does. We need to actually cancel. 3 drones do go down. Nice damage so far. That does shade away. And this time there's no punish. Yeah, this time Lings do not punish. Nice damage so far by Zhao. Doesn't lose anything. Does not lose the Adept this time. So a cleaner start out of Zhao. We have a second gateway on the way. Hello. But Zhao will expand. Okay. Zhao is expanding and going for his Nexus. We're calming down. It looks like a standard opening. So Stargates into the third. Oracle does hit the third base of Mixu. Get some Larva. Lava, shall send the Lings harassing across the map as well. Mixu does go for an Eva Chamber opener into +1 melee. We're building up into the mid game. We're getting there. Casito, papi, casito. Again, it's still on Mixu to keep up with the harass. Nexus is halfway done. We're going for the Forge. Forge, Twilight Council into +1 and Blink, most likely. That mid game. Adepts make their way to the third. Oracle's into the natural. Adepts take him into the shade. And where are the Zerglings? There's no Lings. Wow, no Ling support here. Greedy play by Mixu. He skipped his Ling production. Drones are falling. This is getting out of hand. This isn't even Glaive Adepts. These are regular Adepts, Pappy. They're vanilla. The vanilla Adepts, 13 drone kills. Oh no. Not like this. He's not done. There's no Sport the third. There's no Spore in position. 15 drones going down, forcing out an Evo Chamber, getting a Creep Tumor as well. Oh no. And Mixu stumbles his way into the mid game. Again, he chose to skip his Lings, so he had no Lings to defend. He had nothing to do with the Adepts. When they arrived, there was just nothing. There was nothing to defend. And it's possible that Mixu didn't want to be forced into an all-in, or didn't want to all-in to begin with, but that's kind of the direction we're heading in here at this point. Fourth base is on the way, that is true, but we'll keep an eye on the drone count. After taking that many losses, there's a very high chance that Mixu will cut workers and commit. Very high chance. I'm looking for Overlord speed. We're looking. Scopes are poking in. Just apply pressure, they back up. Behind this, down, he's working towards Storm. He's just building up into a standard mid game. So +1, Blink, Storm, fourth base on the horizon. Meanwhile, Mixu, he has not droned in quite some time. He droned up to 60, and he's just now making 2 more drones. Okay. Droning up a little bit further. Alright, gases are being taken. Revelation does confirm this, which means Mixu might tech up. He might drone up. I'm still not convinced. I mean, hey, there's still no drones here at the fourth. So no drones, no saturation. Do we commit into a 3-base all-in? The answer is yes. Yeah, the answer is yes. Here we're massing up roaches. Queens are pushing forward, spreading creep. And one way or another, the series will soon end. Well, the game will soon end. Oh, going into Burrow. Okay. Okay. Burrow's being researched. Was that meant to be Overlord speed? No shot. Okay, he's getting into tunneling floors. Bear this in mind that Mixu, he does transfer over to his fourth base to make it look like he's droning, but look at the third. Look at the third base. So again, Mixu, he's going for a 3-base all-in. He's faking saturation at his fourth base to make it look like he's macroing to make Zhao invest into further tech. So cheeky moves here by Mixu. As again, it's all or nothing. We can see Zhao is getting side defense. Cannons are on the way. Shield batteries are on the way. Zhao still playing very safe. And we'll see if Mixu has enough. he has enough to break through. Does poke in. Not going to be zoned away. Remember, Storm is ready. Oof. Storm does land. And Mixu, he's maxed. He's maxed out on purely roachling. And remember, the soup does lie, right? Like, this is a very inefficient army. It's meant to end the game. The longer this game goes on, the worse it is for Mixu. So this has to kill. Oh, Burrow is revealed. Burrow is revealed here to Zaun. We have the Flea Beacon on the way. Zaun is being greedy here. Oh, Mixu, can he do it? Oh, ooh, Brutal Storm. Yeah, Storm does land. High Templar, they're saved. And Mixu is headed for the natural, headed for the third. Cannons are going down. Zaun is keeping up. Oh, that's a lot of roaches falling. Oh god. Yeah, GG gets called. The Roach Army crumbles, and Zaun, he shuts down the all-in and will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the lower bracket round 2. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations and congratulations to Zaun. Again, a very strong early game, both in game 1 and in game 2. Where in game 1 he was able to wreak havoc with his Glaive Adepts and deal critical damage and force an all-in out of Mixu, and very similar story here, but in a different way. Remember, it was only 4 Adepts, like it wasn't committed by any means. It was standard play. It was standard play out of Zaun. He moved out, but it was Mixu that was cutting corners. It was Mixu that didn't make any lings, and we had vanilla standard Adepts show up, 4 of them, and they killed 13 drones. Alongside the Oracle, of course, but they killed 13 workers, no support at the third base either. This was meant to be just light pressure, but it snowballed out of control, and it forced Mixu into the all-in. He had some cheeky builds. It was really cool to see him fake saturation at the 4th base and go into tunneling claws. The goal there, the hope, we didn't even get to discuss it, but the ideal was that if there was 0 detection and if there was no revelation, then the roaches would be able to burrow under the army, get on top of the High Templar, snipe them, deny any storms, and then end the game, right? Like, that's the hope, is snipe the High Templar, bring them down, try to end the game with that push. Unfortunately, if you remember, there was a revelation on the roaches, and Mixu, he revealed he had burrow. He revealed he had tunneling claws, and that made Zaun be more tentative, more defensive. Likewise, he already had cannons at all the bases, so he already had detection, stationary detection at least, and GG. GG, well played. So again, with that, congratulations to Zaun. Congratulations. And my condolences to Mixu. My condolences to Mixu here, as he is knocked out of the tournament. Did travel to the Americas, did travel to Canada, and again, I hope he's able to enjoy his time there, spend some time with all the other players as well. You know, see the sights in Ottawa. GG. As I am just quickly checking up on the mainstream. Did they already finish? They did, I think. Did already wrap up. So with that, we have concluded the first round of the lower brackets. So we have ByuN. ByuN, he did advance on over Maples 2-0. And likewise, we had Zaun taking down Mixu 2-0 as well. As we can switch our scenes over. Bam. And here is the updated bracket. Once again, the upper bracket is not going to be progressing tonight, as that's going to be saved for tomorrow. And we have 2 series left. We have Hearthstone versus ByuN and Future versus Zaun. Some very spicy TVPs are going to be coming up next. And someone did mention in the chat earlier, I believe these are going to be best of 5s. I believe. Yes. So these 2 matches are going to be best of 5s, not best of 3s, and there is a bit of a change of plans, maybe because things are wrapping up a little bit early and there's some extra time in the day, but we are done. We are done here for the day. Originally, we were going to be covering 7 matches, but that has changed, and these 2 upcoming matches, Hearthstone versus ByuN and Future versus Zaun, honestly, they're really good, really high-profile matches. They're going to be both over on the mainstream, one after the other. Both are on the mainstream, so we have confirmation, and with that, that means that we're done for today, Pat. Done for today. Done for today. And again, I'm more than happy to get some sleep. It is 10 a.m. here in Australia. It's 10 a.m. in the morning. It started at 5 a.m. I would like to get some sleep, get some rest, get some breakfast, and get ready for the rest of the weekend and rest of the week of casting, of course. As always, here on the CranKy Ducklings, we cast more than any other channel out there. We cast more than Wardy, more than all the other channels. We have a lot of content, a lot of casting, a lot of StarCraft, and our next broadcast is going to be later on tonight, is going to be Sea Duckling Open. That is our monthly amateur tournament if you want some more CranKy Duckling action. Obviously, we will not be clashing with what comes next for Stellarfest. That is day two of Stellarfest. Where tomorrow they're going to be crowning the champion. And there are some big names. And originally, I would have leaned towards Clem, Zaun, ByuN. Right, those are the top three in my mind to potentially win the entire tournament. But Zaun got knocked down. ByuN got knocked down. Things are not really advancing as we had assumed, and we have some other heavy hitters like Lambo's been looking amazing, Scarlet's been looking very informed, Trigger of course also very informed as well. So we'll see who can threaten Clem. Clem is still the best Terran in the world, he's still the #1 seed of the tournament, and we'll see who, if anyone, can make him bleed. And I mean, the ideal storyline of course is some local talent taking it to Clem. Whether it's Scarlet, whether it's Trigger, that would be amazing. That would be what I would want to see. But likewise, Lambo's also a threat. And also remember, these players in the lower brackets, they can still also have a deep run as well and try to have that rematch towards the end of the tournament. They can claw their way back in. So with that, we're going to be wrapping up here for the time being. When it comes to more content here on the CranKy Ducklings, ! Socials in the chat. Again, we do stream on a daily basis here, twice a day, every single day. Our next cast is going to be this evening with Sea Duckling Open. Tomorrow, we're going to be live with Sparkling Tuna Cup. That is our weekly Open Cup, and Pickerstar Cup as well. On Monday, we have the Enki Epic Series. That is StarCraft Evolution. I know a lot of people have been asking about that. We have KSL replay cast on Tuesday, and of course, more regular Open Cups throughout the course of the week. KSL, the Korean StarCraft League, is actually meant to begin in 4 hours. In 4 hours time, and originally we were going to cast it live, and then it was a little bit last minute, but again, you know, shout out to those working behind the scenes at Stellarfest. We're more than happy to be part of the event. They reached out, they're like, yo Pappy, we need a B stream. We're there for you, Pappy. We're there for you always. So we stepped up for being the B stream, but that also means that we won't be able to cast the Korean StarCraft League live, just because, again, we've been casting all morning, all night long, and it would be nice to get some sleep. And if I did try to stay up and cover the KSL, I feel like the cast would be subpar. Like, my brain would be like fried, like I'd be very fatigued, and it just wouldn't really make for a good broadcast. Like, I've done things like that before, where like we just go on like very little sleep and just commit to casting anyway, and like I'm typically not satisfied. It's like I feel like the cast is a little bit lower energy than it should be. So because of that, the KSL should be covered by Dave Testa and Chicken Man. They should be covering the Korean StarCraft League, and we'll be catching it with replays at a later date instead. Just as a heads up. So if you want some more StarCraft, basically after Stellarfest concludes, KSL should be beginning. But otherwise, do check out the mainstream. Over on the mainstream, they are going to be covering Hearthstone versus ByuN over on the mainstream. Preserve your brains. Yes. I will. SDO, Pappy, SDO. No Astray. Astray, he is not a part of this tournament, unfortunately. He was a part of StarCraft for All, but not a part of this event. And yo, a big shout out to Tapashka in the chat. Tapashka, $2 tip. Thank you, Pappy. Thank you so much. We don't really get many donations in this chat, so thank you so much for the donation. We appreciate the support. We appreciate it. And yeah, with that, thanks for watching. With that, we're going to be wrapping up. Stick around. We're going to be giving the mainstream a raid. We'll give them some love. We'll give them some support. As always, Pappy, as always. Otherwise, we'll see you guys either later tonight for SDO or tomorrow for Pickerstar Cup or for Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. Plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft, plenty going on here. When it comes to the next big major tournament outside of Stellarfest, which is wrapping up tomorrow, RSL, the Revival StarCraft League, is also around the corner as well. Alongside the Platinum StarCraft League end of year finals as well. So plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time. And give some love over to Pig and to Steadfast as they're over on the mainstream. Give them some love, give them some support. Thanks for watching. Ciao. Hasta luego. Ciao. Ciao.